Hi, I'm Marie Schweitzer, professor at the Wharton School. I teach negotiations and advanced negotiations, and my research interests are in trust, deception, and emotions. I'm a co-author of Friend and Foe, and I'm interested in the topics we'll be talking about in this course: the tension between cooperation and competition, how we navigate our social relationships with topics like trust, deception, and apologies, putting those pieces back together. And I'm interested in communication more generally, as well as motivation. We'll talk about goal setting when it goes in the right direction, and sometimes when it gets us into trouble. Thanks for joining me, and let's get started. The line between cooperation and competition is surprisingly thin. As an example, think about what happens in Thanksgiving. We have Black Friday sales here in the United States that really trigger the holiday season, and sometimes you see huge crowds mob stores in anticipation of a great sale. So outside of these stores, here's one mob that was mobbing a store. People often end up in fistfights. One particularly sad occasion when Black Friday really took on a different term was in 2008 in upstate New York. There was a crowd of people that had gathered outside of a store. They were literally chanting, "Tear the doors down, tear the doors down," eager to get into this store. Well, the employees had formed a human chain trying to hold the shoppers back. And as the customers stormed into the store, they literally took the doors off the hinges, and they ended up trampling Jay Dittmar to death. Now, many of the employees end up scampering up onto vending machines trying to get out of the way. People were injured and in one case killed. Now, what's ironic here is that the Thanksgiving holiday celebrates cooperation. We think about the historic cooperation between the early American settlers and the Native American Indians. And here we celebrate this time of family and cooperation, and yet we juxtapose this with these sales and often a big mad rush that creates a lot of conflict. And this occasion in 2008 and that early photo that I showed you before is not an isolated incident. We routinely see this idea of holiday spirit. Here, this Huffington Post headline: shootings, stabbings, and brawls. And then here, in other cases, people actually stealing from each other, trying to get the best deals. So what I want to think about is how we navigate this tension. What pushes us from cooperation to competition, or from competition to cooperation? And this Thanksgiving example, we have the cooperative meal and then this competitive dash for these holiday sales. But I think a more dramatic example of a shift from competition to cooperation is represented in the relationship between the United States and Japan. As we all know, the conflict in World War II was intense. Here, this is a photo of firebombing in 1941. We had intense conflict. The United States firebombed 67 Japanese cities, in addition to dropping 2 atomic bombs, culminating in 1945, and the Japanese ultimately surrendered. So the conflict between the United States and Japan could not have been more intense. And yet, immediately after that conflict, there was a pivot to cooperation. And General MacArthur, when they took over in Japan, shifted immediately to cooperation, made it illegal for any American to strike a Japanese person, even made it illegal for Americans to eat Japanese food because there's such a food shortage on Japan. Americans who were there could only eat the American rations. Now, we moved forward. We ended up cooperating, rebuilding factories. And here you see this cooperation through the 1950s. culminating in this Declaration of Cooperation signed in 1960. And today, you'd be hard-pressed to find citizens that are more pro-U.S. than those in Japan. So we see this remarkable shift from competition to cooperation. Now, this happens not just on the global stage, not just in terms of shopping malls, but it happens in our most intimate relationships. We think about parenting. Parenting, you can't be more intimately cooperative with someone other than your partner, and think about the cooperation that goes into raising a child. And yet, even with raising a child, there's competition. There's competition with your spouse of who's going to sleep, who's going to change or feed the baby. And we have competition even within our most intensely cooperative relationships. So the idea is that we shift between cooperation and competition, and we often balance cooperation and competition even in our most intense relationships. Now, think about siblings. So with siblings, we often think about sibling love, but at the same time, we think about sibling rivalry. Now, here's one example of sibling love. We think about it with humans, but it turns out the ground squirrel teaches us something really important about siblings. Ground squirrels are actually incredibly altruistic. When a predator is nearby, say a bird overhead, or another large animal, ground squirrels will screech to warn others to get out of the way. Now, by screeching, they're drawing attention to themselves. It puts them at risk. It makes them vulnerable to some attack. As scholars have looked at the volume with which ground squirrels screech, and it turns out they screech loudest when a predator is near their sibling. So we see sibling love even among ground squirrels. And so we have this incredible relationship with our siblings, and yet sibling rivalry can be incredibly intense. These are our closest friends and also sometimes our closest rivals as we compete for things like parental attention and investment. For twins, it starts particularly early. Even in the womb, twins start competing for resources. Now, more generally, we think about collaborating at work. We need to collaborate with our colleagues at work to accomplish joint goals. But then we're also competing for things like recognition, promotion, and raises. So both at home and at work, we're both cooperating and competing, and we need to figure out how to manage this tension and navigate this balance. So the idea is that we're competing and cooperating all the time, and often within the same relationships at the same time. I want to think about 3 principles that cause us to shift between cooperation and competition. They transform us from friends to foes and back again. So we think about the interplay of these 3 principles. The first principle is scarcity. The resources in our environment can either be scarce or plentiful, and that's what drives us from friend to foe. We think about scarcity, and this is exactly what happened in Thanksgiving. So Thanksgiving, with this feast, we have abundant resources, and we're celebrating a cooperative event. But then we go out into the marketplace, and these scarce deals cause us to compete fiercely for these scarce resources of low-priced TVs and other things. Now, we see scarcity not just in humans shifting us between cooperation and competition, but in studies of animals, we see the same thing. A study of Grevy zebras found that the zebras actually behave differently as a function of how much water was available in their environment. When water was abundant, they formed one type of collectives, and when water was scarce, they formed a very different kind of collective. That is, their social relationships shifted dramatically as a function of how scarce this very precious water resource was. Now, the second principle is how social we are. We're inherently social beings. We crave companionship. In fact, one of the worst forms of punishment is solitary confinement. After just a few days, the human mind begins to decay in solitary confinement. People experience hallucinations, spasms of anger, malaise, and apathy. We both crave human contact after being in solitary confinement, and we're also unfit for it. The human mind needs to be socially connected. The third principle is dynamic instability. The world around us is stochastic, it changes, it's unstable. Just like the stock market, things are shifting all around us, and we need to quickly change and pivot between cooperation and competition. So this unstable and dynamic world, as we learn new information, we try to gather new information, it causes us to both cooperate and compete. And it's really the interplay between these three principles: scarcity, the sociability, and dynamic instability that cause us to pivot back and forth between cooperation and competition. And sometimes we're engaging in both at the same time, and we need to find our balance as both competitors and collaborators. What I want to talk about next are comparisons. And I want to break down the mechanics of the comparisons that we make and argue that they're a very fundamental force in our lives. They help us understand some interesting puzzles. Here's one. Why are twins separated at birth often so similar? Take Tom Peterson and Steve Tazumi. They were twins separated at birth. The two grew up in completely different households, different religions, different schooling, and yet when they got together, they were shocked at how similar they were. One owned a bodybuilding gym and was a complete fitness addict. The other owned a bodybuilding gym and was totally into fitness. And when they got together, they said, "Oh, we connected from the first time we met because we're so much alike." I want to think about that question. That is, why might twins separated at birth end up being so similar? Here's a second puzzle. Why do expectant fathers gain weight when there's no biological reason for them to gain weight? By understanding the comparison process, we could gain insight into these puzzles. Now, here's the first key idea. The comparisons we make help us make sense of our world. They help us understand if we went on a good vacation, if we're making a good salary, if I need to redo my kitchen, if I need to buy a new car. It's comparisons that help us make meaning out of all of these different outcomes we have in our lives. Now, here's some other key ideas about comparisons. First, they're inevitable. All of us make comparisons. Now, some of us are drawn to check Facebook more often than others, but all of us are drawn to make these comparisons, and they help us make sense of things, but they also drive us to feel better or motivate us or to feel worse. Now, part of how they work are we make comparisons that are sometimes going up, people who have done better than we have, people who have nicer apartments, nicer cars, or comparisons where we look down, people who might not have accomplished as much as us. Upward comparisons can inspire us. They can also make us miserable. Downward comparisons can make us feel content and satisfied, but are less motivating. Another key idea about comparisons is that we can make them within ourselves and with other people. So often the comparisons we make are to somebody else. So it could be our neighbor, it could be our brother-in-law, it could be the person in the cubicle next to me. But we can also make internal comparisons where I think about how I did before, or the comparison of what I could have done. So these internal comparisons relative to me or comparisons relative to others. When are comparisons most intense? It turns out there are three dimensions that make comparisons more or less impactful. The first dimension is similarity. By similarity, we're thinking about things like siblings. And the closest sibling is a twin, where we have very intense similarity. So the more similar we are, the more these comparisons matter. And it's not just siblings. It could be very close friends, people that we find ourselves similar to in the same cohort. We might have started in the same class together. Similarity is really important. And in fact, this similarity helps us understand things like the spread of obesity. So one reason why expectant fathers gain weight, even though there's no biological reason for them to do so, is they're comparing themselves to people right next to them. And so the husbands and wives are comparing themselves, and that comparison impacts motivation. We can see from these graphs here, first, there's some kinds of comparisons that matter most. Those are comparisons where it's actually both of us see ourselves as friends, so those are going to be the strongest friendships, and where we're comparing ourselves to the same sex others. So the more similar the person, the more impactful that comparison is. And in fact, we see this network that helps explain the spread of obesity through friendships, through the network, the comparisons that we're making, we find ourselves motivated. So when I see everybody else around me reaching for a donut, I figure, well, I don't think I should eat more donuts, but if everybody else is doing it, or if that sort of look looks fine to me, everybody else in my comparison set is influencing my own assessment of what is or isn't acceptable. Now, for similar reasons, reunions can be quite stressful because at reunions, we're going back and we're engaging in intense comparisons. So it could be a high school reunion, it could be a family reunion. There, we're going to see people with whom we're likely to make comparisons. These are people from our same cohort or the same family structure. They started perhaps in similar circumstances, and now we're going to make these comparisons because of similarity. The second dimension is proximity. So you think about some of the most intense rivalries, like the Tar Heels and Blue Devils, UNC and Duke. Here we're looking at rivalries. These are two schools separated by just 9 miles with very strong basketball teams. And that intense rivalry is in part fueled by proximity. Now, proximity is also not just between universities, but it's things like neighbors. So here in this quote from Borat, we see this intense neighbor comparison where we're thinking about going back and forth who has what in their homes until he says, oh, great success, when he finally gets something that his neighbor can't have. So here we have the first two, similarity and proximity. The third thing that makes comparisons particularly intense is self-relevance. By self-relevance, I mean something that we care about. So if I really care about advancing my career, who gets that promotion is self-relevant. When my neighbor wins a baking competition, and I don't consider myself much of a baker, that lacks self-relevance, and as a result, that comparison isn't very intense. So the most intense comparisons are people who are similar, like brothers, cubicle mates, neighbors, my brother-in-law. Proximity, people who are very close to me physically. And then self-relevance, a domain that I really care about. So if I'm a musician, I care about winning that musical competition, but if I'm not, then I care less. Social comparisons have these characteristics, and they influence a few different behaviors. We've already alluded to some of those so far. The first is how we collaborate with other people. So as we learn information, it can change the way we collaborate or compete with others. So we might find that somebody else is making more money than we are. That might make collaboration harder. Or we might find that somebody else has a very different background than we do, and that might make collaboration easier and mitigate the intense comparisons we might otherwise have made. So comparisons can make us collaborate or compete, but they can also lead us to retreat altogether. So sometimes comparisons can be so unpleasant, we want to exit the situation because we find it so invidious. So we've thought about how comparisons can be motivating, but they can also have some adverse consequences as well. And here we want to think about some of the bad in comparisons. I want to draw on some of the work by Frans de Waal, where what he did is he actually studied how catch-up monkeys, very clever monkeys, reacted to unfairness. He taught these monkeys to use stones for money, where he gave them stones. Experiment would come out, open up their hands, and receive a stone, and then hand the monkey some reward, like a slice of cucumber. It turns out these monkeys would engage in this transaction all day long. They love cucumbers, and they're happy to hand over the stones. That is, until they see a neighbor, a monkey in a cage next to them, getting something better than a cucumber, like a grape. And here I'll show you a video from one of his studies where two catchment monkeys side by side are handing over stones. One's getting a cucumber, the other one's getting a grape. We can see what happens. I want to highlight three things about this video. The first is how intensely focused the one catchment monkey is, the one who's getting the cucumbers, is in looking at what's happening in the cage next door to his neighbor getting the grape. The second is, I want to focus on how upset this catchment monkey is. And then third, how this drives this catchment monkey to exit. That is, to not even want to engage in this transaction, throwing the cucumber and not wanting to participate, where the stone now no longer becomes worth a cucumber. And it's all relative. That is, it's because some other catchment monkey is getting a better deal that this original deal that seemed fine is no longer okay. And it's not just monkeys. I want to argue that we're hardwired to make these comparisons, and these comparisons really influence us. So if we take us to Scott Crabtree, here's somebody who's working for a tech firm, was perfectly happy with his job, felt motivated, inspired by it, until they had to go out to the market. They recruited a new hotshot employee. This new employee came in at almost the same salary that he had taken years to develop. And all of a sudden, his work became irritating, and he got upset about it. He was so upset, he actually ended up quitting. He joined a different firm where he became the chief happiness officer. So just as the catchment monkeys, Scott Crabtree, when he realized that somebody else was getting a deal that seemed better than his, a younger person with almost the same salary, he ended up quitting and leaving and trying to find happiness somewhere else. Now, it's not just individuals, it happens to groups too. And here, American Airlines, years ago, were facing very tough financial straits. They were on the verge of bankruptcy. They negotiated assiduously with their unions, the pilots union, the flight attendants, the baggage handlers, the mechanics, and they got them to agree to incredible concessions. So the unions together, they agreed to $1.8 billion concessions. Now, at the same time, the executives at American Airlines, they could have left American Airlines for other more stable companies, and they tried to retain those executives, and to retain them, they were giving them retention bonuses. Now, here's the problem. They had offered them $41 million in retention bonuses. There was an SEC filing deadline, and this information became public. So just after the unions had agreed to steep concessions, they learned that the executive team was going to end up with these retention bonuses. Well, you can imagine, just like the catchment monkeys, they became furious. So the concessions were acceptable until they found out that somebody else was getting paid a bonus. And the first thing they did was they fired their negotiator. They withdrew these concessions. They had to go back to the drawing table to try to negotiate. So here's the question. Is a stone worth a cucumber? Are $1.8 billion in concessions reasonable? Am I getting paid a fair salary? And for all of these questions, the answer is, well, it depends. And we have comparisons that inform our answers. Now, let's go to the United Kingdom, and I'll think about two brothers, David and Ed Miliband. These are two brothers. They grew up together, and they both were members of Parliament in the United Kingdom. And when Gordon Brown stepped down as the head of the Labour Party, they were both vying for leadership. The older brother, David, first announced that he was going to run for leadership. Flanked by 15 members of Parliament, he announced his candidacy, and he seemed like the odds-on favorite. There were several other candidates that also threw their hats in the ring, in addition to David and Ed. But these were the two primary contenders. And as the voting went on, David had a slight edge. So in the first round, David was beating out Ed. In the second round, the same. And the third round, the same. But the gap became a bit narrower. Now, to win, you need an outright majority. You need more than 50%. And that's exactly what happened in the fourth round. Just the two of them. And now, all of a sudden, Ed wins. Now, two things about this. One, it's a very narrow margin of victory, and the counterfactual of something else happening is quite salient. And two, these are brothers, and worse for David, it's the younger brother. Now, what happens is they end up, their relationship ends up fracturing, and David talks about the permanent invidious comparison made professional life impossible. He not only leaves Parliament, he actually leaves the United Kingdom. He leaves to work in a nonprofit in New York. Okay? So here, this comparison is driving him crazy. Now, for similar reasons, we can think about twins. Now, one idea is you think, well, what's an artificial twin? An artificial twin is adopting someone that's similar in age to a biological son or daughter. Now, what would be great about it is you have a built-in playmate. There's an economies of scale. There's one carpool. You have one school. You can have one soccer drop-off. It could be great. And yet, adoption expert Sam LaJoyner argues against the corrosive social comparisons that are created by artificial twins. That is, by doing this, there's always going to be some twin, one of those twins, that's going to be out ahead of the other. And there could be developmental differences, and that constant comparison is going to make artificial twins really toxic. And so many agencies not only counsel, but almost prohibit the adoption of artificial twins. Now, let's think about something else. Let's think about doing better, but feeling worse. How could that happen? Now, again, it's going to be comparisons that help us unlock this puzzle. Let's think about Abel Kvyat. He was a silver medalist in 1912. In this Olympics, it was the first Olympics where they used a photo finish to determine who had won, and by a tenth of a second, he came in second. This was 1912. Now, here's an interview he gave in 1990, almost 80 years later. He talks about waking up thinking, what the heck happened? He's languishing, and the intense counterfactual of, had he only run just a bit faster, he could have come in first. It turns out that this intense feeling is not just unique to Abel, it's actually incredibly prominent, where you see silver medalists chronically express dissatisfaction. A couple of academic articles have studied this, even terming this the silver medal face, where you have silver medalists who look downright distraught, really unhappy. And in fact, by contrast, you see bronze medalists who end up looking much happier than their silver medal counterparts. So in this study, almost all the gold medalists are smiling, but the bronze medalists are smiling a little bit less often. But in these studies, none of the silver medalists were smiling. If you think about these comparisons, the silver medalists, like Abel, are comparing themselves to the gold medalists. That would have been a lot better. When you compare silver to bronze, they're kind of similar. But the bronze medalists, if silver is kind of close, that's not a very big upward comparison. But to fourth place, that's a chasm. There you're just an athlete, not a medalist. And so the bronze medalists are delighted to have escaped that other fate. So we see this doing better but feeling worse phenomenon in these medalists, where silver medalists are often downright miserable. So here we can think about this important lesson where comparisons can drive us, they can motivate us, but they can also make us perfectly miserable. I want to think about some of the consequences of comparisons. And here I want to focus on the way comparisons can actually lead to very good outcomes. And I want to focus on the link between comparisons and motivation. So here's one of the things that can be very good and constructive about comparisons. And I'll start off with a story about a Duke-Michigan game. Duke was down by 1 point at halftime. You can imagine what happened in that locker room. You can think about the motivational speech the coach might have given them. Duke came out roaring in the second half. They exploded, and what had been a really intense, close game became a blowout. It turns out it wasn't unique to this Duke-Michigan game. It turns out that if we looked at 18,000 NBA games, which Jonah Berger and Devin Pope did, they analyzed over 18,000 games, and they found a discontinuity where teams down by 1 point at the half were actually more likely to win. That is, in general, if one team's winning by a lot, they're likely to win the game. So if you're ahead at the halftime, it generally helps predict who wins at the end of the game, except for if you're down by just a very little bit. Because when you're down by a very little bit, you're motivated by that comparison, and that motivates you, it increases effort, and people down by 1 at halftime are actually more likely to win. Now, here we find that it's not just in sports. We can see this on the global stage. We think about the space race. Now, if we were to go back in the space race, we're going to go back to the 1950s. And in July 1955, Eisenhower came out and said, the United States will launch a science satellite to orbit Earth. That was his goal. He came out with that goal and then was surprised when the US wasn't the first to launch a satellite, but the Russians were. We were in a space race with the Russians, and Russians launched Sputnik, and that Sputnik crisis has actually carried forward for decades. And we still invoke Sputnik to think about how we're falling behind and need to catch up. So here the US felt like they were behind and needed to catch up, and it motivated an incredible government action. So we had the National Defense Education Act. It led to scholarships, NARPA, NASA. We invested an incredible amount of money. The NASA budget alone took off. You see this budget growing incredibly, where at the time it was $6 billion. Today, that would be $32 billion. So in the 1960s, we were spending a huge fraction of the national budget just on the space budget. If I were to ask, what's the right amount to spend? It's hard to tell, but we knew that we were falling behind, and in that comparison, By comparison, we were down relative to the Russians. They had launched Sputnik to orbit Earth before we did, and that motivated us because of that comparison. And it challenged us and motivated us to accomplish great things. So we can think about, if we were to recast this, one small step for man, but it turns out to be one giant leap, not just for mankind, but for America over the Soviets. Now, social comparisons matter in a lot of cases, but no more so than in rivals. Rivals are special comparisons. Rivals are people with whom we have an extra psychological rivalry. We get a benefit from beating a rival in a way we don't with anybody else. And in fact, Gavin Keldoff has studied rivals in running races, analyzed lots and lots of rivalries, and found that runners run faster when they have a rival in that race. So if you're racing against a close rival, you're likely to get a better time. It's not just runners. We find this in many different contexts. And here, for those of you that are big basketball fans, you'll remember the Larry Bird-Magic Johnson rivalry. And here, Larry Bird said, the first thing I would do every morning was look at the box scores to see what Magic did. I didn't care about anything else. This is intense focus on a rival. So here we can see and think about motivation. And I already alluded to the Tar Heels and Blue Devils before. These are rivals that are in close proximity to each other. Both of them have won national championships. And to win a national championship, you need a lot of things. You need good coaching. You need great players. You also need a lot of motivation. And what you see is here in 92, Duke wins. 93, UNC wins. Now, that would be remarkable if it happened once, but then you see the reverse happening. In 2009, UNC wins, and then Duke wins the following year. So here we can see rivals motivated, highly motivated by each other. Now, it happens in all kinds of relationships. If you look at sisters, a study of sisters where one's in the labor force and one stays at home, one of the things that drives whether or not one of these women works outside the home is how much their husbands make. And we find that if the husband earns less than the sister's husband, that household income seems like it's not enough, and that woman is motivated to work outside the home. Interestingly, it's not the absolute amount of money that matters, it's the relative amount that really matters. So here's the broad idea. That is, comparisons can motivate us, and in many cases it can be very constructive motivation, but we need to think about it in check. That is, not all that motivation is good, and we'll think about some of that next. It turns out that comparisons can only make us miserable. They can also motivate us to engage in behavior we really shouldn't be engaging in. Let's think about two skaters, Nancy Kerrigan, who in 1992 was the Olympic bronze medalist, and Tonya Harding, the only American to have ever landed a triple axel in competition. The two are rivals competing for spots in the U.S. Olympic team. They both trained incredibly hard, and yet something terrible happened. In what was termed the whack heard round the world, a man came up and after practice came up to Nancy Kerrigan and with a pole whacked her knee, throwing her out of practice for weeks. It turns out it wasn't just anybody. It was somebody that Tonya Harding had hired to take out Nancy Kerrigan. So not only were they competing by working extra hard, they're also competing by trying to pull somebody else down. And comparisons can motivate unethical behavior. I'll talk about a different rivalry. This is a rivalry between Virgin and British Airways, where British Airways invested heavily, they supported the London Eye, and then Branson paid to have a blimp fly over London with the words "BA can't get it up," taunting British Airways. This rivalry ended up spilling over not just to trash talking and constructive competition, but it ended up British Airways was hacking into Virgin's system, looking at their reservations, engaging in unethical practices to try to steal customers away in a way that ended up getting them in real trouble. Now, it happens broadly. That is, in a study of professional soccer rivalries that Adam Galinsky and others have done, they found that in analyzing matches, and these are matches between soccer teams playing in other cities as well as co-located cities, that is, teams that are both have home teams in that match, those are likely to be the most intense rivals because of the co-location. And there they found more yellow and red cards, a measure of unethical behavior. Here's another example, and this involves something a little bit closer to my heart, academics. Academics, we try to publish articles, but the publication process takes a long time. In the meantime, we can upload our articles onto the web, and there are websites that track how many times articles have been downloaded. When articles have been downloaded a lot of times, it means or suggests that article is really important. And in fact, a lot of our peers look to see how often an article has been downloaded to see if that's something we should be reading, something we should be paying attention to, and we use as a measure of what's important. It turns out the one really funny thing about that as a measure of importance is that sometimes you can manipulate these numbers. You can, for example, download your own article. And in fact, some faculty have even written programs to download their own article. Now, who would do that? Well, it turns out comparisons help us understand that. So when you have peers who have high download counts, that's actually an important factor in determining how tempted and how likely you might be to download your own article. And there are also some reference points and goals that matter too. If you're close to reaching the top 10, that also is more likely to push people to engage in this kind of behavior. We can think about this more broadly. So this is a story about Rhonda. She was selected from a pool of people in her company who seemed to have great promise. And she was selected by a manager to take additional classes, develop her computer skills. She was being groomed for promotion. Now, this is exactly what companies should be doing. That is, we should be looking to look at the people who have promise, and we should develop them for promotion. But there's a comparison problem, and here's that problem. That is, her coworkers looking around are engaging in comparisons, and they're engaging in comparisons they don't like. So they began ostracizing her, not inviting her to parties, not passing along messages to her. So her work was suffering, and here as a result, it becomes more difficult for Rhonda to succeed, and it's also less pleasant for Rhonda. It's like being the employee of the month that nobody wants to talk to. And here, in some cases, it could lead people like Rhonda to take their foot off the gas and end up investing less effort because they don't want to be that teacher's pet, that employee of the month, or that selected employee. So when you think about how some of these comparison processes can actually erode the very behaviors we're actually looking to accomplish. Now, this tells us that comparisons can make us not just miserable, but they can also increase cheating. So we've thought about some of the mechanics of comparisons, some of the good in comparisons, and some of the bad in comparisons. So the question I want to think about now is, how do we find the right balance? So we know that comparisons can motivate us, and that can be very constructive, but they can also create resentment and make us perfectly miserable, how do we find that balance? We want to be motivated but satisfied. And here are some key rules. One, we want to think about favorable comparisons, that is, comparisons where we look down at people that haven't accomplished quite as much. We can do this, for example, by volunteering or helping out people in need. By doing that, it'll make us happier. So one way to make ourselves happier is to engage in these downward comparisons. Another thing to think about is how unfavorable comparisons can motivate us. So just as we thought about with the Michigan-Duke game being down by 1 at halftime, we can be incredibly motivated by these comparisons, or the Sputnik example. These unfavorable comparisons can push us to great efforts, to new heights. So favorable comparisons can make us happier, unfavorable ones can motivate us, but they can both do things that aren't as good, like making us dissatisfied or less motivated. We can think about comparisons in the negotiation process, where they both motivate us and influence how happy we are. You could think, for example, in a negotiation, you might have some target, some aspiration, somewhere you're trying to hit. And you can think about your reservation price, the least to be willing to accept. So you have something up high that can motivate us and push us hard, and something lower, a reservation price, that can make us, in comparison, happy. That is, in a negotiation, we're not going to get everything we wanted most of the time. So we're going to fall short of our target, and we're likely to get something better than our alternative, what our reservation price is, and so we're going to end up somewhere in the middle. Now, it depends on where we focus. If we focus people's attention on targets, if we're focused on that target, we're going to be more motivated, but less satisfied. If we focus on our reservation price, we're going to be less motivated, but more satisfied. In fact, that's exactly what happened. So here in this study that Adam Galinsky and his colleagues ran, people who focused on targets ended up doing better than people who focused on their alternatives, their reservation price. But people who focused on their target were less satisfied than people who focused on their reservation. So here we can think about trying to use comparisons to our advantage. So during the negotiation process, we like to focus on our targets, but then afterwards, we like to think about our reservation price, and that can make us more satisfied. So we want the benefits of that higher motivation, as well as the benefits of feeling more satisfied, and that can involve shifting our attention. Okay. So that's how we can think about comparisons in negotiations. But it's not just negotiations, it happens more broadly. And here's another funny puzzle. We think about the benefit of graduating in a recession. Now, why should there be a benefit? If you graduate in a recession, it's actually harder to find a job. And if you do find a job, it's likely to be less highly compensated. And actually, people have studied the effects of graduating in a recession are long-lasting. So you end up with a lower starting salary, and that follows you for a long time. But what's the benefit? Well, it turns out people who find a job in a recession are actually much happier, even though they're making up to 15% less. They're happier because of the comparison. They're happier because they actually got a job, and they realize that many of their peers ended up doing less well. So here we can think about comparisons helping us make sense of a lot of unusual phenomenon, both in negotiation and in our workplace and more broadly. Here are 3 key principles of social comparisons. I want to think about 3 key things that help us find our balance. The first idea is that we want to think about comparisons that go in or out of order. Now, by in or out of order, what I mean is this the expected comparison outcome that was anticipated? So if we're competitors, what do we expect? If we're siblings, who's older? So we talked about David and Ed Miliband. David, the older brother, was bested by his younger brother. Now, in contrast, think about the Kennedys. So here we have the Kennedys, where these siblings were going in order, where the brothers collaborated because they were helping each other go from one step to the next, and they went from one step to the next completely in order. The same is true in tennis. We think about one of the most dominant sibling pairs in tennis, Serena and Venus Williams. Now, more recently, Serena has dominated on the tennis scene. She's eclipsed her bigger sister, but things went in order. It was Venus, the older sister, that was dominant first, and Serena even said that as she was growing up, everything was about Venus. That's how it was supposed to be. And there, when Serena began to win and beat Venus, she was going in order. And even though she now has a much more impressive record, that going in order turns out to be very important. And it's actually enabled them to be incredibly effective as doubles partners. In fact, they have one of the most impressive doubles partners records of all time, where their record is 21-1 in women's doubles finals, and they have 3 Olympic gold medals to share. So going in order is one of the key principles of making comparisons work. The other key idea is providing opportunities to compete in the future. So one thing that's particularly painful about, say, the Olympics is that for many athletes, this is their one chance. For Abel Kivett, for example, he lost out. He'd never won the gold. It was not in that race, and there wasn't another future opportunity for him. So if we have opportunities to compete in the future, those comparisons are going to be less intense. The third key principle is to think about the perspective of other people. When good things happen to us, we often are pretty happy, and people will say, "Oh, I'm so happy for you, you really deserve it." They might or might not be. That is, they might be privately quite upset, but we don't typically get to hear that. To suggest that these comparisons are really quite intense, and it really is a phenomenon that travels cross-culturally quite well, I want to share a Russian parable. And as a lot of parables happen, there's a man who finds a lamp, rubs it, a genie emerges, and the genie says, "You can have any wish you want." But here's the twist. In this case, the genie says, the twist is your neighbor gets double. So you can have anything you want, but your neighbor gets double. Well, the man paces back and forth, rubs his brow, thinks very deeply and hard about it, and finally says, I know what I want. I want you to poke out one of my eyes. Here we can see that the comparison process is so intense, it's so invidious, that here the person's so worried about having something good because the neighbor in comparison will do even better. And so to think about these comparisons, it's important, even when good things happen to us, to recognize that others are going to make these comparisons, and they might be less satisfied, at least than they might appear outwardly. Next, I want to think about the challenge of cooperation. How do we get people to cooperate with us even when they might be better off themselves if they didn't have to work so hard or didn't have to help us out? I want to start with a story, and this is a story about a homicide detective, Marshall Frank. He's a very experienced detective, and he had this one case where he knew Paul Rolls was guilty. He knew it, but he couldn't prove it, and what he really wanted was a confession. So he sat down with Paul Rolls, and in this case, Rolls' neighbor had been strangled, and Detective Frank was going for this confession. Now, in this interrogation, what's interesting is that Rolls knows that this is the game. That is, he knows the detective wants a confession. And in 30 minutes, Detective Frank ended up getting that confession. So he ended up getting somebody to be cooperative with what he wanted. He wanted this confession, and he did it relatively fast. And one question I want to ask is, how? And I want to suggest that this really speaks to the idea of cooperation. How do we get people to step over and help us out, do things that we want, even when it's not in their own best interest? So it's related to other questions that are very different. So would you let a complete stranger sleep in your house? Well, generally not, but that's exactly what Airbnb is predicated upon. That is, it's a system that allows people to do exactly that. So we think about how to cooperate in a social dilemma. A social dilemma is a multi-party prisoner's dilemma. So the prisoner's dilemma case is just two people, but we often have a lot of cases with multiple people. So we can think about things like, how do we work together to reduce car emissions? We want everyone to smog test their car, but individually, we'd rather not smog test our own car. Or we think about overfishing. We'd rather everybody else cut back with fishing, but individually, we'd rather fish as much as we could. So individually, we have incentives to defect or do what's in our own best interest, but collectively, we'd like everybody to come together and do what's best for the collective. So those are social dilemmas. How do we solve those? And we can think about the prisoner's dilemma as the first case. That is, this is the fruit fly of the social dilemma problem. Now, in the classic prisoner's dilemma, we have two people. So you can think about Detective Frank's case. You'd like to get a confession, and if they confess, it's going to be easier for the whole legal process to go forward. But individually, for that potential criminal, it's not great for them individually to confess. Now, imagine you've caught two people. They could tattle on each other and confess, or they could not confess. And here I'm thinking about cooperation with each other. So imagine these two criminals like to cooperate. They'd like to cooperate with each other and not confess. So if they don't confess, then they both end up with a light sentence. There isn't a lot of evidence. They can't be prosecuted for that much. So they both get a very light sentence, say 6 months. Now, if they both do confess, they both get 5 years. So clearly they're better off if they both cooperate with each other and don't confess. Now, here's what's interesting. If one of them defects, so one of them cooperates with the defense and spills the beans about the whole story, and the other one doesn't, well, imagine a detective here who says, look, I'm going to give you a special deal. If you spill the beans and the other one doesn't, you're going to go free, but the other person's going to get 10 years. So individually here, the person who's facing this problem really has a dilemma. They could try to do what's best for that group, the collective, and cooperate, or they could defect and do what's best for themselves, in which case they end up with a better outcome. Now, in this case, they always end up with a better outcome no matter what their counterpart does. So if their counterpart is going to talk, they'd rather talk. If their counterpart's not going to talk, they're still better off talking. So individually, they still have this drive to do what's in their best interest, their own selfish interest. But we want to push people to cooperate, even though it's costly for them. So we want to think about, how do we do that? How do we get a coworker to stay late, take up an extra assignment? How do we get our kids to do more chores around the house? How do we get our spouse to help us out more, even when they'd rather hang out on the couch, watch TV, or do something else? So we have this constant problem, both at work and at home, to try to get people to cooperate, even when they're pulled in the opposite direction with their own self-interest. And we can think about a lot of social dilemmas. So I talked about greenhouse gases before and overfishing, but we want to try to conserve water. We want everybody to take shorter showers, but ourselves, we'd like to take that longer shower, or contributing to things like public radio, but working on a project And in many negotiation settings, we could share more information, which helps to create value, but it might be at odds with our own individual interest in trying to claim value. So we have this tension. Now, as a manager, managers are constantly trying to solve this social dilemma. They're trying to get people to cooperate when people might naturally be pulled in opposite directions. Here's some ideas. Here's things that facilitate cooperation. First, we want to build relationships. So the more people identify with us, the better. Sociologists call this the shadow of the past. So if we have team bonding experiences, we have a shared history, that'll bind us together and it'll create a sense of we're all in this together. We have a shared goal here, and that shared goal gets people to cooperate more effectively. It's related to this idea of a shared identity. So do I see myself as part of this group? So the names that we call each other. So are we partners? Are we employees? Do I think of myself? Do I wear logoed clothing that has my company name on it? Do I see myself as part of this organization? And the stronger that sense of identity, the stronger cooperation is. And then third, sociologists have this term shadow of the future for how likely we are to interact in the future. So if I know this is a long-term relationship, then helping you out now is a much easier thing to do because I know there's going to be a time in the future that you might help me out as well. So the longer the future horizon is, the more likely we are to get cooperation. So the past, identity, and the shadow of the future. A couple of other things that are important for cooperation. One is clear communication. So can I communicate what I need and why I need it clearly? And can we figure out a way to collaborate? So the better the communication, the more effective the cooperation. And this is going to mean that face-to-face communication is particularly important. Face-to-face communication is important for a lot of different reasons that we'll talk about. But one is it allows the most complete kind of communication we can get. And then next, we can think about expectations. So what expectations do we have in this? Am I communicating that I really care about my own self-interest? Or am I communicating we're all in this together? So people have actually played the prisoner's dilemma game with experiments for money or other prizes. And what they found is that when you describe the game as a community game, people are far more cooperative than if people described it as the Wall Street game. In the Wall Street game, people put on this lens or mentality that they're in it for themselves and end up being much more competitive. So the way we describe things, the expectations that we set, profoundly influence how cooperative people are. They're trying to figure out what game are we playing, and the way we communicate is going to profoundly influence that. Next, to think about accountability. So can we observe behavior? So I talked about saving water. Now, people are more likely to cut back on watering their lawn because their neighbors can see that. Taking a shorter shower is harder to observe. When we can't observe people cooperating or defecting, people are more likely to defect. And anonymity hurts cooperation. And things like rating systems, which makes Airbnb effective, help cooperation. And then more broadly, trust. If we can build a trusting relationship, then we get cooperation. And we'll say a bit more about trust. So here are the key ideas. Shadow of the past, what we've done in the past. A shared identity. I identify myself with this group. A shadow of the future, this future interaction we're going to have. Effective and clear communication. We set expectations for cooperation. We hold people accountable. That means we can observe what they do and the repercussions for what they do. You can think about taxes, for example. We sometimes audit people's taxes, and there are penalties for not paying taxes. It's a way to get people to cooperate for the collective good, even though individually they'd rather not. And then trust. the more trusting our relationships, the more effective cooperation is. We often think that once we trust somebody, we can become vulnerable, but it turns out that becoming vulnerable is one key ingredient for actually building trust. And I'll start off with an example of somebody that wasn't trusted and whose trust was hard to build. Here, Elizabeth Petrakis, just days before her wedding, was asked to sign a prenuptial agreement. And her husband had a large real estate holding, and she was guaranteed in this prenuptial agreement $25,000 a year for every year they were married. Now, in her words, this prenuptial agreement was a thorn in her side, and this is one of the things that led to her divorce. So here, prenuptials demonstrate low trust, and that represents a lack of vulnerability, and that's an impediment to building trust. It turns out we can actually make ourselves more vulnerable, and when we do that, we can actually end up building trust. And one way that we can do this is through pratfalls. By doing things like spilling coffee or spilling pens, we make mistakes that make us seem warmer, more approachable. Now, we have to balance that with competence. So here's a question. Who do you trust more? Someone who spills coffee or someone who doesn't spill coffee? Now, we might think, hey, why would I trust somebody who's demonstrated lower competence? But it turns out that by spilling coffee, we demonstrate a humanity, a humility, a vulnerability that can make us more likable. And in fact, this is exactly the study that was done a couple of decades ago with students preparing for a quiz bowl competition. And here's the important twist. It turns out the person who's demonstrated high competence, who gets these questions right and then spills coffee, is the most liked. If you're not very competent, then spilling coffee doesn't really help. Now, it turns out this exact problem is the one that psychiatrists face. In a very short period of time, they need to walk into a room and gain the trust of someone to spill their innermost secrets. Now, to spill those innermost secrets, it turns out it helps if they spill coffee or spill their pens or tell a bad joke at the beginning. And this demonstration of warmth is exactly what people are trying to do, whether it's Obama getting a dog, Ron Klein talking about his son, or the rest of us making some mistake or disclosure. Now, vulnerability is not just about sharing failures, but it can also be done doing things like off-key singing, as we might do in karaoke, or drinking with people, making ourselves more vulnerable to others. Now, I'll talk about drinking in a much more serious context. And here, we're going to take us to the Bosnia War, where Milosevic was in the midst of a war, and the U.S. worked very hard to try to negotiate a peace. Now, here, they pulled the lead people out to Dayton, Ohio, and Milosevic faced off one of the great negotiators of all time, Richard Holbrooke. So Holbrooke negotiated, and they spent weeks negotiating, and it was late into the night. They were drinking scotch, and in fact, they drank so much scotch, as they were looking through maps, they ended up naming one of the corridors Scotch Road as they partitioned the former Yugoslavia. Now, they announced that here we found our road, Scotch Road, and at 2 a.m, they announced a deal. It turns out this alcohol, this vulnerability, helped them bridge that gap, gain trust to reach a deal, but there's a downside. Milosevic here wasn't thinking through the full range of consequences, and shortly after this, he ends up getting pulled to The Hague and prosecuted for war crimes. So when we think about building trust, vulnerability is actually really important. By making mistakes like spilling coffee or spilling pens, we demonstrate that vulnerability, but we can do it by self-disclosure or admitting failures, but there's a risk that when we demonstrate vulnerability, We could, like Milosevic, not think through all of the different consequences we should be thinking about. Or you want to think about making sure you don't demonstrate vulnerability or self-disclosure in a way that harms your credibility. So a psychiatrist can spill pens and say, I've never been very good with my hands, but a surgeon can't. I next want to think about three other key issues that help us build trust: rapport, warmth, and equality. Now, remember back to homicide detective Marshall Frank. Now, Marshall Frank faced this challenge. He was trying to get Paul Rolls to confess to murder. Now, Paul Rolls certainly knew if you confess to murder, you're going to prison for a long time for sure. And yet, Detective Marshall Frank figured out how to get a confession within 30 minutes. How did he do that? Well, it turns out that the key to what he did was building rapport. And he built rapport through a lot of different steps, and some of them seem kind of funny. He essentially treated this murderer as if he were a friend. He sat in close to him. In fact, sat in so close their legs were almost touching. He leaned in when he talked to them. He spent most of those 30 minutes not talking about the murder or the victim, but talking about family, life in general. Detective Frank talks about, I made friends with him. That is, he's making friends. He's talking about things that friends would talk about. So we think about this as non-task communication. That is, rather than getting right down to business, he's chit-chatting about things as if they were friends, and that allowed him to build this rapport, to build a sense of friendship that created a sense of trust that then led to Rolls revealing all of this information. So acting in a cooperative way, in a way that Detective Frank was hoping for. Now, in general, how do we do this? Well, we build rapport by this non-task communication. So rather than getting right down to business, we should talk with people about local events, ask them about their family, their friends, hobbies, recent sporting events. We do things that aren't about the task at hand, but that help build rapport that make it much easier when we do get to the task at hand. We could also do things like share meals together. We can actually go to events together, like sporting events together. When we do things together, that allows us to build this sense of rapport, and that really facilitates trust. Now, let me tell you about another story. This was about an election. It happened in Florida's 22nd district, and it was Ron Klein, a neophyte to the political scene. He was taking on Clay Shaw, a 13-time incumbent. Now, in this election, Ron Klein knew his stuff. He was a policy wonk. He knew the ins and outs, and he was ready for Congress. But Clay Shaw was a formidable opponent. After all, he had won over a dozen elections before. He was ready to take on all challengers. But Ron Klein was persistent. It turns out, though, Ron Klein had a challenge. He was perceived as competent, but cold. And we think about these perceptions of people. We often think about them in terms of their competence and how warm they are. And here Ron Klein, when he talked about policy, seemed competent, but he wasn't warm. He wasn't connecting with voters. Now, he brought in these consultants, and they figured out how to overcome this key challenge. So how can he sound articulate, but also warm? So people saw him as aloof. He actually did a practice TV interview with these consultants. He went through the entire practice interview. And at the end, the consultant said, okay, I want you to watch this interview that you just gave and tell me, what would you do differently? He said, well, there's actually another point that I would have raised. There's some other material I could have brought in here. And Cohen said, look, I want you to watch it again, and I want you to see that in this whole interview, you never smiled. Now, it seems funny. Why would we want somebody who's an expert in policy to smile? But it turns out if you're running for political office, people need a connection. They need to trust you. And so what they figured out is that what Klein really lit up with was when he talked about his son, when he talked about his family. And they said, look, when you go out on your political stump speeches, start off talking about your family, start off talking about your son, and then pivot to talking about the key issues in policy. And it turns out as he did that, he was able to connect with voters. He demonstrated warmth as well as competence, and he was more likable and trusted. So we need to do things sometimes that are different from just demonstrating pure competence to instill trust. In fact, I think about this as a presidential imperative where we think about every president since Eisenhower, since the advent of television, every U.S. president, as they've moved into the Oval Office, bring with them a dog. And this imperative is so strong, it's true even for President Obama, who had never had a dog. And for good reason. One of his daughters, Malia, is allergic to dogs. And yet, when they moved into the White House, the Obamas went out and bought a dog, a hypoallergenic dog, but they needed a dog. And so you think about how important it is, why would you need a dog? And the key idea here is it projects warmth. If you've won a national election, you've demonstrated some competence. It's hard to do. And then a key challenge is projecting warmth. And when you see a president, a high power person, you presume competence, and then you're looking for that warmth, and having a dog does that. So you want to do things like spending time with family, sharing stories, personal stories, hanging around with a dog. Those are things that project a sense of warmth, and they end up building trust. So Klein talked about his son. Presidents end up getting dogs. Now, it's this non-task communication that's really important. We have experiences that we share in common, like going to sporting events or sharing meals together, using first names correctly. Those are things that will build rapport. If we come up with nicknames or we have shared hobbies, we find commonalities, those are things that are going to build rapport, and that's really an essential ingredient for building trust. So that's the rapport idea, and it's related to warmth. The idea that we can demonstrate warmth when we demonstrate concern for other people, we demonstrate kindness, we spend time with our friends, our family, with pets, or volunteering. We're demonstrating concern for other people, and that concern projects a sense of warmth, and that's a really key component. There's an affective piece, an emotional piece to trust, and we want somebody who's going to be warm. Now, one final point related to this is this idea of equality. Now, when we show up on time, we're demonstrating that our time isn't more valuable than somebody else's time. That's communicating a sense of equality, as well as this idea of benevolence and warmth. We want to be equal, so we don't sit on a higher chair. We don't accentuate differences between us. We can do things like dress in similar ways. We convey a sense of equality, and that's also important for building trust. We're more likely to trust people who seem to not only care about us, but also treat us as equal partners. So taken together, here are three key elements: building rapport, demonstrating warmth, and demonstrating a sense of equality. They're all key ingredients for building trust. Common goals play a profound influence in building trust. Part of this comes from interdependence. When we rely on each other, we end up building trust. Now, there's something interesting that Tajfeld found in the 1970s, where just even nominal groups In these experiments, assigning people to a blue group or a red group and just calling them red or blue caused people to favor their group, trusting their group members more than they trusted out-group members. Here's what's profound. If we do this with nominal groups, that is, you've only been part of the red group for 5 minutes and it doesn't have any particular meaning, you could imagine what it means when we think about things in terms of a tribe, a religion, or a country. That is, the groups that we're in profoundly influence how we treat both the in-group and the people outside of our group. Some great work that Taya Cohen has done looked at loyalty within groups and found the more loyal we are to our group members, the more we're accepting of warfare and violence against others. So there's something profound about how we think about and how we identify what is our group and what is somebody else's group. Now, one thing that can influence how we think about our group membership are our common enemies. And when we have common goals, they bind us together, and there's nothing quite as profound as a common enemy in doing that. We saw after 9/11, Pakistan and the United States grow far closer. Countries that hadn't been well aligned before began to coordinate incredibly closely on security issues afterwards. And it's not just these two countries. You think about Russia and France after attacks in the Middle East, how they changed their dynamics. And we see this in modern politics, but the same has been true for a long period of time in the past. So we saw, for example, the formation of the United States was profoundly influenced by this sense of group, where initially in the French-Indian War, the British were fighting against the French, and the British used the colonists to fight against the French. This was the first time the colonists had actually acted together and in concert, and the British ended up training all of the colonists, including somebody named George Washington. And here, George Washington actually fought against the French. The dynamics completely changed just a couple years later when it was in the American Revolutionary War, George Washington again used the colonists as a collective, that group of colonists. They're fighting against the British, and who helped them? Well, the French jumped right in because the French were so eager to now fight the British. So we see these shifting sands of competition where we think about the groups and these shifting alliances between groups. And one of the profound ideas here is that common enemies can help us find superordinate goals, and these superordinate goals are what drive us together. So we can think about competing with some other outside competitor, some other outside enemy, or if we think about something that we need to tackle together, like solving a problem for our organization or solving an environmental issue together, those superordinate goals turn out to be incredibly important in helping us build trust. In summary, I want to think about the building blocks for trust. And so across this module, we've thought about warmth and competence. We want to demonstrate high warmth and high competence. But we also want to think about vulnerability. If we've demonstrated competence, vulnerability can help us demonstrate warmth. The communication process is very important, and we can have trust in institutions that can in some cases substitute for trust in individuals. So for example, we might trust a contract we signed even if we don't trust the person as much. And reputations have helped us solve a lot of our key problems. We used to think about gossip as a tool for building reputations, but now we think of online reputations being incredibly important. And then the common goals we have bond us together and help us build trust. I next want to think about communication and institutions as we build trust. When it comes to communication, one of the key ideas is to make sure our words match our deeds. I'll tell you a story about 2008 when the 3 big American car manufacturers came to Washington, D.C. asking for federal loans. They were asking for $25 billion in loans, and it came out that all three of them, the three CEOs who came to DC, had all flown on separate corporate jets. Now, this is how they usually traveled. It just seemed incongruous to say we desperately need money when they'd flown separately on their private jets. And so the next time they came for their second trip, they went in hybrid vehicles. There, you want to think about how your words match your deeds to affect the most trust. Another key idea about communication is you want to communicate as equals. And by communicating as equals, what that means is that we show up on time. That is, we're not signaling that our time is more important than somebody else's. And we can minimize other differences like in the seating, in the clothing, and so on. So language matters, not just in how we communicate, but the terms that we use. There was a study that was done that Varda Lieberman did looking at the same economic incentives, but calling it the community game versus the Wall Street game. It turns out with the same incentives, people cooperated far more in the community game than they did in the Wall Street game. When they call somebody a partner versus an opponent, when you call an employee a team member versus an employee, you're triggering a different mindset, and that mindset shifts the way we relate to each other. And it's not just in language. I talked about deeds before, and that's manifest in how we sit. So when we're sitting together on the same side of the table, that seating, we're tackling a problem together, communicates an idea that we're working together. And that can help build trust. It's not just in communication. When we think about institutions, so we can trust other people, but we can also trust institutions like the court system. And the way we trust the court system has profound consequences. We often have this reverence for institutions, but they're not universally shared throughout the world. I want to tell you a story about Alton Logan, and I've put up a picture here of Andrew Wilson to suggest that the two of them, and you have to imagine 20 years earlier, they looked pretty similar. It turns out there was a shooting in 1982 in Chicago at a McDonald's. It was a chaotic crime scene, and there was eyewitness testimony, and that testimony was enough to convict Alton Logan. There was one problem. Alton Logan wasn't even there. He had nothing to do with that shooting. It was Andrew Wilson. Now, making matters worse, lawyers for Andrew Wilson, representing him for another crime, and he had actually committed other murders, Andrew Wilson admitted to his attorneys that he had committed that murder in the McDonald's. Meanwhile, Alton Logan was convicted and remained in prison. The lawyers begged Andrew Wilson to come clean. He was, after all, already convicted of murder. Wouldn't he confess to that crime too? Alton Logan, they knew, was wrongfully imprisoned. However, there's a problem. In the United States, we have attorney-client privilege. The attorneys couldn't unilaterally disclose that information that would harm their client, information that was disclosed in secret. This principle is important because to get the best representation, we need to ensure that criminals or suspects can disclose information to their lawyers without the fear of having that be used against them. So that's an important principle, and it turns out that principle guided the lawyer's behavior. They actually wrote an affidavit, but they sealed it away, they hid it away, and Alton Logan was in prison for 26 years. It was only after Andrew Wilson died in prison they came forward and disclosed that information, and Alton Logan finally went free. Here's the most amazing part about the story. His aunt, on receiving him, said, "They did what they had to do," demonstrating an incredible reverence for this institution. Now, I want to think about institutions in other ways too. And here's a funny institution. It's the institution of gossip. Here's a billboard that was put in front of a church that read, "If your friends gossip to you, you know they also gossip about you." Now, we think that gossip gets a bad rap. Gossip, of course, has some very negative characteristics, but it does other things too. It helps us communicate what the norms are, what expected behavior is. It communicates information about reputations. Now, gossip isn't a great thing, but it actually helps us police behavior in a more profound way than we typically acknowledge. We've now begun to formalize that with rating systems. So if I ask you this question, would you let a complete stranger sleep in your home? And the answer turns out to be a resounding yes. And we've solved that with rating systems. And if you were to look at Airbnb's website, they have a website devoted to trust. Throughout their materials, they talk consistently about trust, and they find that people are, in fact, incredibly trustworthy, and the rating system makes a profound difference. And the same is true of other key questions, like, would you let your kids drive in a car with someone you don't know? And the answer here again is yes, and Uber's figured this out, again, with rating systems that help us trust other people. And this is true with eBay and other electronic commerce sites that have figured out that reputations can be effective in helping us solve the trust problem. A key question we should often ask is, should we trust somebody's signal? People often send us messages, and we send other people messages. When should we trust the messages people send us? And how can we send messages that other people trust? So the idea is that we have to convey unobservable information. So information like, how committed are you to this relationship? Or how interested is this candidate in this career? Or how intelligent is this candidate? Or is this partner really sure that this product is going to succeed? We're trying to make these judgments. We're trying to trust other people. And we often have to rely on signals of these unobservable characteristics. So take, for example, how committed somebody is to a relationship. What can they do to signal their commitment? Now, often we think about things that have solved this problem, like gifts. So somebody brings a dozen red roses. That's a signal of commitment. They're signaling that I care about you. I care about this relationship. Now, what I want to do is I want to think carefully about signals. And I'll think about signals along two key dimensions. The key idea here is that it can be clear. Signals can be very clear. And they can also be powerful. And by powerful, what I mean is that this unobservable information is trying to be signaled in some way. Is that way too expensive for some types of people? And is it too, relatively inexpensive for others? So when I said I want to signal that I care about you with a dozen red roses, that's clear. Everybody gets that idea. But what about power? Suppose that I don't really care about this relationship. My aspirations perhaps are shorter term. Could I still afford to buy you a dozen red roses? And the answer I want to suggest is that the answer is often yes. That is, sometimes these signals are not very expensive. And when we're checking signals, we want to think carefully in terms of power. So here's some ideas. To signal that we're committed to relationships, it's expensive gifts that can solve this problem. So, for example, we seem to have solved this problem too in relationships. So roses are nice, but jewelry is better. And if we're really committed to a relationship, we have just the thing. That's a diamond ring. And notice what's nice about this. We're spending a lot of money, and we have these rules of thumb for how much we should spend. The more money somebody makes, the more we should spend on that ring. So that is, it should hurt, just enough. It's expensive and costly, but it should be more expensive and more costly the more resources somebody has. So expensive gifts can help us solve the problem of, should we trust someone's intentions? are they really committed to this relationship? And notice that it's the cost that really matters, because we're spending money on characteristics of a diamond ring that are difficult to observe. So how flawless the diamond ring is cut is difficult to assess with a naked eye without training, but we care about those things because of the cost. Now, we can think about how committed is this person to this career? How interested are they in working in my firm? If they're willing to take an unpaid internship, or if they're willing to spend a summer during graduate school when they have few summers to spend, they're investing in that relationship, that career, in a way that's expensive if they weren't really committed. Now, notice that sometimes people prepare for an interview. So they read 5 articles about the company. They come prepared for the interview. That's a clear signal of interest, but it's not a powerful signal. Spending time interning is a powerful signal. Or we want to signal that we're intelligent. How do we signal that? Well, it turns out there's a costly and expensive signal for that, and that's higher education. So we invest in education, and we do that in a way that signals that we're intelligent. If we weren't so intelligent, it would be difficult to invest, watch all these videos, read all these books, take all these tests. It's too expensive for some types of people, and it's less expensive for others who can afford it and reap the benefits of sending that signal. Or how sure are we this product will succeed? Guarantees or warranties are things that help to send that signal. Now, the idea is that when we send a message, we should be focused on clarity. Is this message sending the right information? So you show up and you have, a dozen lilies for somebody. That might not be sending a very clear message. We want to be thinking carefully about how clear is the message? Is somebody receiving it going to get the idea? And the second is in terms of power. So when people send us messages, are they sending messages, these signals that are expensive? One of my friends, for example, was working at a company. On one of his work anniversaries, he received a basket of flowers. And with this basket of flowers was a note, "We care about you and your commitments to this organization. We really value what you do." A week later, he was fired. Now, could the company afford to send messages like the one in that flower basket? And my answer is, yeah, of course. They can afford to send that even if they don't really mean it. So sometimes we can send messages that aren't very powerful, and as receivers, we should be checking that power. So in terms of guidelines, send signals that are clear. In terms of receivers, we should trust signals that are powerful. And they can be powerful in terms of time as well as money. So if somebody's limited in time, so a CEO has a limited number of lunch appointments, spending a lunch with you or calling you on a Christmas day, there's a limited budget of time. We can think about the power in terms of both time and money. But those are the two key dimensions. Clarity, particularly when we send signals, and power, particularly when we receive signals. There are 2 additional topics I want to think of with respect to trust. One is emotion, and the second is feedback. Now, let me think about emotion. Suppose I ask you, how do you feel? And it turns out our feelings are pretty complicated. Often when we're making judgments, we use our feelings as a summary statistic that integrates a lot of different dimensions. So if I were to ask you, how do you feel about this candidate? We're trying to integrate across a lot of different things. How competent are they? How much do we need their skill set? Would they get along with the people here? We're trying to integrate across a lot of different dimensions, and we often summarize this with, how do I feel about this? Or think about going out and you look at 20 different homes and you try to figure out which home you want to buy. How do you feel about this? Again, it's this summary statistic that integrates a lot of information. And the trust decision is a lot like this. Do I trust this person is often predicated on a feeling. Do I feel like I can trust this person? We talk that way, and it's absolutely how we behave as well. In my own research, I've actually looked at the link between emotions and trust. And one thing I found that's particularly interesting is how our feelings can influence our trust. The idea here is that sometimes our feelings are really relevant. So you betrayed me, I'm upset, and so I don't trust you. That's a directed emotion that makes a lot of sense for influencing trust. But what's interesting is that our incidental emotions, emotions that are unrelated to the situation at hand, also matter. By incidental, what I mean is, suppose you get a parking ticket, or suppose you get into an argument with your spouse, and then you come into work and you deal with somebody who's totally unrelated to that other experience. The question is, does that emotion bleed into your new interaction? And the answer is yes. So how we feel in the moment is influenced not just by what's happening in this exact moment, but it's also influenced by what's happened before. And so these incidental emotions, these unrelated emotions from some other experience, can influence our judgments. So here's the idea. If we're angry about something else, and that bleeds into our judgment, it'll make us less trusting. If we're happy about something else, so we just found out some great news unrelated to the meeting that I'm currently having, that happiness can bleed in and boost my trust. So I may be too trusting when I'm otherwise very happy, and I may be not trusting enough when I'm a little bit angry from something else. I've documented this in my own research, and the implication is that we should be careful to recognize that our trust judgments can move. They're relatively labile, particularly for people we don't know well. So a new partner or a prospective client. We're making these trust judgments on the fly. It's a constructed judgment. Our incidental emotions don't really matter very much for people you know well. So how much you trust your mom isn't going to be influenced by how you're feeling unless you're feeling pretty strongly about something. Now, and it's not just our own judgments I'm worried about. I also worry about how much other people are likely to trust us. So when you go to the boss or you're meeting a new partner, if they're upset about something else, and it could be almost anything, their favorite sports team lost, a political outcome, an argument they have with their spouse, if they're upset about something, you should recognize that those feelings may well bleed into their assessments of you. And you want to make sure that either you let time pass and come back at a different time. That's the first best option. Or the second best option is to make sure they're making the correct attribution. You might say, oh, I know you're pretty upset about that other outcome. I'm hoping that doesn't influence this situation. By explicitly acknowledging and recognizing something, that does mitigate the influence of that incidental emotion on the current judgment. Okay. Now, those are judgments that can influence our trust, but in whom should we place our trust, and what do emotions have to say about that? And here I'm going to switch to a very different kind of emotion, and I'm going to talk about guilt. It turns out that when we're assessing in whom to place our trust, the people we should really trust are the guilt-prone people. And by guilt-prone, I mean people who are likely to feel guilty should they fall short. Here's an example of how to assess that. Imagine you ask someone, and it could be a prospective employee, you ask them something like the following. Describe a time when you made a mistake at work. How did you feel when this occurred? What did you do? What did you learn from this experience? When you listen to those responses, what you're listening to are answers to these questions. So how likely is this person to feel badly if they did something wrong, even if nobody knew about it? Does this person have a strong sense of responsibility for others? And would this person feel bad about letting others down? Now, those are all guilt proneness questions. So would they feel guilty if they did something bad, even if nobody knew about it? It turns out the guilt-prone people are exactly the same people we should trust. Those are the most trustworthy people around. People who are low in guilt proneness we should be careful about. People high in guilt proneness are people we should, trust the most. The last idea I want to suggest has to do with limited feedback. When we're trusting other people, we often face a challenge because we can't monitor them all the time. Sometimes we can check in and see what they're doing. Sometimes we can't. And the key idea here is we want to think about how anticipated that monitoring is. So can we observe occasions when they don't expect to be monitored? Or is it the case that they always know when we're coming, they always have time to prepare, or they always know when they're going to be observed? It turns out people act pretty strategically. So they know that when they're being evaluated, they step up and they behave in an exemplary way. We also know when people know that they're not going to be observed, when things aren't going to be important, that they slack off. Now, again, the high guilt-prone people are going to be pretty good even in those cases. But people who are low in guilt proneness are likely to behave very strategically, demonstrating exemplary behavior when they're observed, and then slacking off when they're not. Now, here's the problem. When we observe behavior, and I've run a number of studies looking at this, when we observe behavior, the people who are observing others put too much weight in that observed period. So it's like the boss who comes back from vacation and sees the office staff working really hard, then goes back on vacation, and then when they return, again sees the office staff working really hard. And the more observations the boss has, the more and more convinced the boss becomes these are really hard workers. That is, they're relying solely on what they can see, and they're failing to imagine what happens when they're not around. So we want to be careful about making inferences from limited feedback when the feedback that we get is constrained and it's anticipated. We want to make sure that we account for how strategic other people often act, how strategically people often act, and recognize that the limited observations we have can actually send us off in the wrong course. We might actually build very high trust in sometimes very strategic people. There's some key fundamental truths about deception. I want to start with a story about the cuckoo bird. We might be familiar with the cuckoo bird mostly because of the cuckoo clock, but it turns out the cuckoo bird can teach us something really important about the deception process. The cuckoo bird, rather than laying its own eggs and feeding its own chicks, actually lays eggs in other birds' nests. So birds like the tree pipit will actually be tricked into raising cuckoo chicks. There's something odd about this. You can sometimes see cuckoo birds waiting, watching another bird's nest, waiting for that bird to leave to go get food. The cuckoo bird will fly in, sometimes discard eggs that are already in the nest, quickly lay an egg, and then fly away. Now, what happens after that, it's actually even more bizarre. We've hijacked a system here, or the cuckoo bird has hijacked a system where as soon as that bird hatches, the cuckoo bird hatches, there's an open beak, and here this bird mother instinctually feeds that open beak, even when the bird looks nothing like their own offspring. So here you can see a cuckoo bird chick being fed by a tree pipit who's so much smaller than the chick. So it can seem really odd, and yet we're hijacking this trusting process, and we've used deception in a way that allows cuckoo birds to exploit other birds' generosity. Now, it turns out deception is hardwired. I talk about the cuckoo bird because I want to suggest that deception is something that's hardwired. It's not just an aberrant human behavior, but it's something that's actually deeply ingrained in our animal nature. And it turns out it's not just cuckoo birds and tree pipits. Cuckoo birds do this to many other kinds of birds, and there are other birds too that engage in the same behavior. We've seen actually deception documented in ravens. Ravens will actually do things that will trick other birds about where food is. We've seen apes, monkeys, even fish engage in deception. So caterpillar monkeys, for example, will sound an alarm as if a predator is nearby to go steal food from other monkeys. Some predators will fake their own death, pretend to be dead until prey comes near, and they'll grab that prey. Or in a very pro-social way, you'll see some birds fake injuries. So the mourning dove, for example, if there's a predator nearby and they have young offspring in their nest, will actually pretend to drag their wing as if they're injured to draw attention away from their offspring. So they're engaging in deception. As soon as the predator comes near, the mourning dove flies off. So we see deception throughout the wild animal kingdom, and it's not surprising that it's a really integral part of our human experience. So here are some key truths about it. Deception hijacks existing systems. So like the tree pipit, there's a system that's hardwired. The tree pipit will feed the beak of a hungry bird in its nest. It's a reasonable system, and the cuckoo bird has just figured out how to exploit that. And the same is true in a lot of our other transactions where, for example, a lot of these scammers with telephone calls will hijack existing trusting systems, or somebody will say, I'm in trouble, I need help. We're hijacking that system, and deception exploits trust. Now, deception is also hardwired. It's something that we're hardwired to do, and it's actually an important part of our cognitive development. As we develop more complicated thinking, deception comes along with that. Third, deception is often successful. Most deception goes undetected, and that makes it a very pervasive issue that's sometimes a big problem and sometimes a benefit. And so this fourth point about deception is it's not always bad. And in fact, I'm going to argue that we should teach people how and when to deceive. Okay. So it's a developmental milestone. So when your child starts telling you lies, rather than punishing them too severely, I would actually celebrate that milestone. It demonstrates a theory of mind, the idea that what's in our own heads is different than what's in everybody else's head. And deception reflects that. That is, it's the recognition that what I know I just had a cookie, but you might not know that. And so when I tell you I haven't had a cookie yet, it's a demonstration of this theory of mind. Of course, I'm trying to get another cookie, but it represents the idea that I know that you might not know that. And that really represents an important ability for us to take perspective and to engage with other people successfully. And of course, there are many positive ways for us to use that deception to say things like, I really like that gift, or I'm really happy you showed up. So deception is a developmental milestone and not just something to be punished. And deception's chronic. In surveys of teenagers, they found that 86% say they lie to their parents on a regular basis. 75% say they lie to friends. 73% say they lie to siblings. So it's not just parents, but teenagers say they lie all the time. Couples, in couples, 69%, more than 2/3, say they lie to their spouse. Now, the lies we tell tend to be a little bit different. So women are more likely to lie in a pro-social way to make people feel better, and men are more likely to lie in ways that enhance themselves, that make them look better than they actually are. So there's some slight differences in how we lie, but the persistence of lying is really incredible. Detecting deception poses a real challenge. It's a challenge because we're mostly not very good at detecting lies. We start off with a very trusting stance. Most people believe what we're told. And this is functional. That is, we need to gather a lot of information from other people, and we're going to ask questions. We're going to listen to what people are saying. And in the main, it's going to be truthful, useful information. And so we start off with a stance where we're open, receptive, and trusting of most of the information we get. So that's the first idea. And so when deceptive information flows in, we typically incorporate it as true. Second, we tend to be overconfident in our ability to detect deception. So that is, we think that, if somebody were lying to us, we would know. I'd know if my kids were lying to me. I'd know if my spouse were lying to me. I'd know if my coworkers were lying to me. That's the assumption that we have. And we know from a lot of evidence, it's just not true. It's not true in experimental studies that have looked at this, and it's not true empirically. We know that there are many spouses who have been misled and never learned about that. So, and it's also particularly true, this overconfidence of professionals. So maybe police officers or judges believe they're going to be better at lie detection than they really are. And relational partners are particularly overconfident. So in light of this, what can we do? Now, it turns out that there are cues, but that most of them are subtle. They're so subtle that we often fail to appreciate it. So, for example, we can look at faces of people who are smiling. And I can ask you, well, who's authentically smiling? Who's really happy? Who's pretending to be happy? And it turns out that there are important differences, and we can guide our focus and attention to those differences, but we don't naturally go there. So, for example, one of these smiles here is fake. One of them is real, or what's called a Duchenne smile. Now, what's the difference? Well, it turns out the difference is that the real smile has not just the smile in the mouth, but also has crow's feet around the eyes. That is, we're essentially smiling with our eyes. That's what makes an authentic smile different from a fake smile. So one question we have is where we should direct our focus. And one idea is we can think about the content of the message. So is there something that didn't make sense or wasn't consistent or something odd or unusual? And that should cause us to probe further, to investigate something more carefully. We can also look at how a message gets delivered. What are the nonverbal cues around it? When and where is something getting said? And then we can think about the match between the content and the delivery. So does this message make sense in how it is delivered? If I'm saying something is important, am I acting as if it's important? And if there's a mismatch, it should also cause us to probe further. This is related to the idea of detecting deception versus suspicion. The idea here is that we'll often feel suspicious. It could be some non-conscious cue, some very subtle cue we might have picked up on, but we're not sure about. And the idea is that when we feel suspicious, It should cause us to probe more deeply. To collect additional information, we should seek information from other sources. That is, we should be paying attention to how suspicious we might feel. It's very difficult to ascertain deception based on some cues we've detected. And instead, my argument is that we should feel a sense or gauge our sense of suspicion. If we feel suspicious, that's cause to dig deeper, probe further, and investigate something more carefully. Let's think about some of the cues we can use to detect deception. So, what changes when people start telling lies? And what can we do to try to detect those changes? It turns out one of the most important things that changes is how we feel. So, our emotions change when we engage in deception. We have some emotions like fear and guilt, and sometimes also happiness with what's been called duping delight. So our emotions are different when we're lying than when we're telling the truth, and sometimes we can attend to those differences. Second, we have what's called cognitive load. We have more on our minds. We're just thinking about a lot. As Mark Twain said, the difficulty of telling lies is you've got to keep track of the truth and the lie. So we just have more on our minds. We have to keep two stories straight, and we have to control our own behavior, and we have to monitor others to try to gauge how gullible they are or how suspicious they are. So we're engaging in more cognitive effort, and there are cues because of that that can also help us detect deception. So one key emotion that changes when we lie is anxiety. So when we're telling lies, we often feel greater anxiety. And in fact, that's a lot of what the polygraph is designed to test. The polygraph has been called a lie detection machine, but it's really an anxiety detection machine. So we do things like with a bicep cuff, we're measuring heart rate. Now, why would our heart rate go up when we're lying? It's because we feel anxiety. The electrodes on our fingers, that measures perspiration. Now, perspiration is another sign of anxiety. We have pneumatic tubes around the chest. Those measure breathing. When we're breathing faster, it's because we're feeling anxious. So often when people are lying, they're feeling greater anxiety, and that's what the polygraph can help us detect. And we can try to look for some anxiety cues in natural communication. So the face, for example, gives off some anxiety cues. People tend to press their lips together. They tend to blink more quickly. Their voice tends to be higher in pitch. And we often engage in some movements that reflect anxiety. So we might rub our foreheads. We might squeeze our face or rub our neck. We might engage in some sort of flash frozen, that is a frozen kind of expression. We might bite our lips. These are all cues of anxiety. We might ask ourselves, why would somebody be so anxious telling us this story or giving us this information? And one reason why they might be anxious is because, well, it's not true. So anxiety is one place to look to help us detect deception. Now, it turns out that there's often so much anxiety around to telling lies that if we scare people a little bit, they're actually likely to spill the beans and be more honest. So polygraph testing, the mere prospect of it, is often enough to get people to confess. Now, some people will just be so scared of participating, they will refuse a polygraph because they're so afraid that it's going to be so diagnostic of their deception. It turns out it's just anxiety, but the polygraph is actually a useful tool, not only because it detects anxiety, but also because it actually scares people into often confessing. Next, we can think about disrespect. When people lie to you, it is often a sign of disrespect. So people who are lying sometimes also use sarcastic responses. They'll talk down to a target, or they exhibit some sort of contempt as they're engaging in deception, or they're doing things that demonstrate a disregard for the target. So they'll be picking lint off their clothes, they'll be rolling their eyes, they'll be demonstrating disrespect, and that often accompanies deception. So deception is a sort of egotistical move. It's, I think I'm better than you, I think I can keep the truth from you, and disrespect is sometimes accompanying that deception, and we can look for those cues as something to cause us to probe more deeply. Now, often what we lie about are emotions themselves. So I'm really happy to have you join us. Oh, I'm happy you asked me these tough questions. Sometimes we leak out the right or our authentic emotions. So you're telling me something, and I need to look at how you're saying it. And I might feel like, hey, wait a minute. You said you're really happy to see me, but you don't look like you're happy to see me. Or I saw a flash of a grimace or an uncomfortable expression, and I'm suggesting that we should pay attention to that. That is, there's sometimes these cues of mismatching emotions or even quick expressions of emotions that can lead us to engage in further sort of careful examination of what's really going on. So often people leak emotions. Now, there's also sometimes a mistaken emphasis. So as we're trying to think very carefully about what we're saying, I might put an emphasis on the wrong word. Like, I'm really happy to see you. The emphasis shouldn't be on, I'm really happy to see you. That might be a sign of deception because we're cognitively loaded and we're not getting the emotions quite right as we're speaking. Another related cue is a lack of synchrony. Also related to this cognitive load idea is that I might say, oh, I've never done that before, and then shake my head, as opposed to I've never done that before. When we're doing things asynchronously, that is, I'm saying something and then doing the corresponding body movement, that nonverbal cue might come later because I'm cognitively loaded. I can't keep track of everything at once. I've got to control myself from not nodding like, oh, I do that all the time, when I'm telling you that I don't do it ever. So the lack of synchrony is another cue of deception. Now, it turns out leakage is part of this. So micro expressions are expressions that are less than a 20th of a second, sometimes as long as a 1/5 of a second, but very fast. Again, with video, we can see these very clearly, but in natural communication, we often miss them totally. But non-consciously, we might process and say, hey, you know what? I know Maurice was telling me this, but I don't feel quite right, or it didn't seem completely authentic. And it could be because there was a flash where I said, oh, I'm really happy you came by. But if we actually saw it in slow motion, we'd see that there was a grimace in there for maybe a 20th of a second that conveyed my real happiness or lack of happiness that you actually stopped by. And sometimes leakage just means that our expressions are incomplete. So my smile isn't a full smile, it just goes part of the way. So sometimes we leak out emotions that convey some uncertainty about how we're really feeling. And that we should be paying attention to. There are many facial expressions. People have documented these pretty carefully. And so there's a facial action coding system. And there are ways to get trained to actually detect these micro expressions and to get better at understanding how all the facial movements are supposed to move in concert. So like the Duchenne or authentic smiles, it's not just the smile, but it's also the movement around our eyes. So there's a lot that we can do to try to figure out how to focus our attention in ways that guide us to detect deception more effectively. I want to think more carefully about matching the content and context of messages as a place for us to look for deception. So we talked a little bit about this idea of synchrony and asynchrony. So does the text and the nonverbal cues around that text, do they match, do they correspond, or are they different? So sometimes they're incongruous. So somebody will say no, but nod their head yes. Or they'll catch themselves and correct themselves midway through. Like, no, I mean yes. That catch and correct is sometimes a really important cue to detect deception. I mentioned polygraph tests before. There are polygraphers that will do things like ask somebody a question, and if they catch somebody doing this sort of catch and correct, like, no, I mean yes, they'll shut down the polygraph and say, I know you did it. That is, they'll be so certain that these cues are diagnostic that they'll know exactly what's happened. Sometimes there's this delay. So this delay that I mentioned before that I'll say, I didn't do it, and then negative head swing follows that. That is, we sometimes will say things and then follow that later with the nonverbal cues, and all of that asynchrony should really tip us off that there's something not quite right. So when the emotions don't match, the behaviors don't match, we're learning something important, and we should dig deeper into that issue. So there are often cases like somebody reports a kidnapping, but they wait to report it. Or sometimes they'll cross county lines and report it in a different county. We want to think about, why would you do that? That is, when the behavior doesn't match, there's something asynchronous about it that should cause us to be quite suspicious. Now, a lot of this asynchrony comes from discomfort. So I mentioned anxiety before, but more broadly, there's a discomfort. So in general, liars want the meeting to end. So they'll be looking at the clock. They'll be talking about ending the meeting, or they'll cut the interview short, or they'll be very happy if there's a disruption. They'll welcome that, or even look for an opportunity to switch topics and do something else. Often this discomfort is represented by the desire to create distance. So liars will lean back, they'll lean away, or what's been called eye blocking. They'll close their eyes, pretending as if they're somewhere else. Sort of like the same way we might sort of cover our ears, as if we're saying, oh, I can't hear you. Sometimes people close their eyes as if I'm not here, giving themselves this sort of quick sort of mental vacation from that awkward, uncomfortable situation. So again, it's a sign of discomfort. We want to think about, why would this person be uncomfortable? You sometimes see artificial barriers. People will put a backpack between them and the person interviewing them, or they'll cross their hands, or they'll put pencil holders. They'll sort of build a sort of wall between them and somebody else that gives them, again, this psychological space because they're feeling uncomfortable. Now, another thing people will do is engage in self-presentation. We're constantly trying to create positive impressions. So this is the reason why we spend more time getting ready before we go out on a date. Or when we interview, we'll try to be particularly focused and attentive. We'll try to create a positive impression. It turns out we're trying to create positive impressions all the time, at work and at home. We're trying to create these positive impressions, and deceivers are particularly intensely trying to create impressions. They're trying to create impressions of honesty and veracity that might not be true. And as they're trying to create these impressions, a lot of deceivers overdo it. And what I mean by that is, they might be concerned that they're creating an impression of anxiety, and so they try to work at doing it in the opposite direction. So they stretch out on the couch, or they yawn and pretend that they're not anxious at all. Or sometimes they'll even self-medicate. They'll they'll drink alcohol or take drugs to really lower their anxiety so much they almost seem kind of out of it. So people will sometimes overdo this drive to appear not anxious. Or they might engage in statements like, "Oh, I'd never lie to you," or "Let me tell you the truth," or "To be honest with you." Again, these are statements trying to convince you that they're being honest. Now, some people use these just as a matter of speech, but when it's unusual, it's different from how people normally speak, you want to ask yourself, why is somebody telling me that they never lie to me? Or I've always been taught to tell the truth, or it turns out my father's a preacher. Why would somebody be sharing that information? And often the reason is they're overdoing their self-presentation. They're trying to convince you they're being honest, and they're working too hard at it. Now, we sometimes try to manage our impressions with other tools. So group attendance. People sometimes show up with friends or family or prominent members of the community. They're trying to bring in other people, like, "Oh, I know my friend the judge or the city council person. I'm bringing them in to create this positive impression." Or we'll change our appearance. So people will work really hard, for example, changing their clothes or changing their hairstyle, sometimes to create this impression as if you really care about how I'm appearing and how you're responding to me. Lacey Peterson's is a woman who is pregnant, and her husband professed a deep interest in finding where she was and who took her. And one of the things that he did following her disappearance was to change his own appearance. Now, it could have been because he wanted to escape, but he also worked very hard at creating a positive impression. He dyed his hair. He was very carefully sort of coiffed and shaven. He did things that were really odd. It turns out later he was convicted of murdering his wife. And we find that some of these appearance changes are really cues of deception. Now, I mentioned cognitive load. We have more on our mind when we're telling lies, and this leaks out in a lot of ways. Part of it is we need to do things to help us think better, and pause fillers like ums and ahs, they give us time to think. So people who are lying use more pause fillers. They take longer to answer questions as if they're thinking harder, they're stalling for time. Sometimes when they're telling stories, they add in more irrelevant details. Again, it gives them more time to prepare. Now, ironically, there are some times when deceivers are faster to answer, almost too fast. And those are times when they've had time to prepare, they're anticipating the question, and they're quick, sometimes too quick, with that answer. Other cognitive load cues are more stuttering. We see gesticulation go down. So people just focus on the text of what they're saying, and they don't gesticulate the way they might normally do. So you want to think about what the baseline is for normal and then see what people are actually doing. And if it's very different, that's a big cue for deception. Now, pupil sizes dilate, but many of these cues are difficult to detect in natural and normal communication. All right, let's think about some practical steps we can use for detecting deception and then figuring out what we can do once we suspect it or detect it. So first, I mentioned cognitive load. Our cognitive load is very high when we're telling lies. And if someone were to increase that further, I'm more likely to make mistakes. So if we ask somebody we suspect of deception to perform a second task while they're talking to us, that increases cognitive load, and for many people pushes them over the edge. They start making mistakes or leaking out other information. You can think of something like trying to remember another, additional information like another phone number, or you hear other things in the background like TV or talk radio sort of going in the background, or you ask many questions about different topics. It turns out when we try to remember things out of chronological order, that's very cognitively loading. That is, it's easiest for us in our minds, particularly if it's not true, to describe a story in chronological order. If we try to get things out of order, we ask questions about things that go out of sequence, people who are lying are likely to make mistakes. Eye contact is something that also increases cognitive load, as are detailed follow-up questions. So who else was there? What else happened? What was the weather like outside? For example, that weather question, you're causing people to try to figure out what time of day was it? Was there a window in that room? What was the weather like? And so on. So we can do things that increase cognitive load that can push people to make more mistakes, particularly if they're lying. Now, we can also meet in person. Now, meeting in person has a great advantage. Not only is it more cognitively loading, but it allows us to assess nonverbal cues more accurately. But it also can be an opportunity for a deceiver to gauge our gullibility more carefully as well. So we want to be careful about just meeting in person as a blanket prescription. But in general, I like the idea of meeting in person. It also makes people less likely to lie. They're more concerned about lying in person, and people become a lot less aggressive or hostile in person. They're keyboard bullies. I spent time with people who are investigating insurance fraud. They talk about these keyboard bullies that become Mika's lambs in person. So sometimes when people are texting or emailing or tweeting, they might say one thing, but then in person they behave quite differently because they find the interpersonal dynamics much more anxiety-provoking, and they're more likely to be accommodating and trustworthy in person. So in general, we want to think about the environment. The environment's really important for thinking about the cognitive load, to know who else is listening, what's happening, who else is there. So one of my key prescriptions is to meet in person, but also recognize that we're also leaking information as we meet other people in person. Another key idea is to search broadly. So we want to be sensitive to how people act in other domains. So somebody who boasts to you about how they cheated on their taxes or how they were deceptive to somebody else, but not you, should be somebody you should be careful about. We can also do things like pre-test with questions that we don't know answers to see how forthcoming and how honest people are behaving. So one of the key ideas, we want to value and collect information from other sources. So if it's really important information, we don't want to just trust one source. We want to gather other information and recognize that deception's pretty common, and we're not very good in social situations at detecting it. Now, if we can, so suppose you're doing something over Skype or video conference, sometimes recording interviews allow us to go back and watch things. So for example, we can go back and watch a video with the sound turned off. So that now we're just focused on the nonverbal cues, and we can look for things that might seem a little bit off or seem a little bit weird. There's also computer text analysis that people have used to do things like word counts, to look at the use of negative statements, or to look at things like a lot of irrelevant information that can give us other cues related to deception. Again, it's very difficult to detect in our natural communication. Now, suppose that we're confronting a liar. How should we do that? Well, the context and our relative status matters a lot. So police, when they're interrogating somebody, will say, I know you're lying to me. Or the polygrapher I mentioned before will say, oh, I know you're lying to me. But, we can't always have that kind of dynamic. In fact, when I was talking to insurance investigators, a lot of them were former police officers who talked about the two things I miss most. So when they were interrogating somebody they suspected of deception, they said the two things I missed most were my gun and my badge. And they said, yeah, whenever I was conducting an interrogation, I'd put the two of those things on the table that created anxiety and made people much more forthcoming. There's sometimes other things we could do when we don't have that status, we don't have that power. What do we do then? And there, for example, you're dealing with a customer or a potential partner, we have to do things that are a little bit softer than that. And so we might do things like suggest, hey, maybe there's more you wanted to say, or I felt like there was something you wanted to add to that answer, or ask a follow-up question that allows people to elaborate, or ask the same question in a slightly different way that gets people to repeat things in a way that suggests you're not completely comfortable with that answer, but without being as confrontational. And we can offer people or encourage people to exit the situation in a way that allows them to save face so they're not likely to retaliate. Because that's one risk. When we confront somebody and tell them that they're lying to you, you can engage reactants as they come back and they get very angry, particularly if there's a loss of face. One of my former students talked about confronting somebody in Korea who was lying to him. And he said this Korean manager, once he confronted him and said that he was lying, had lost so much face in front of not just him, but the entire group that he was talking to, that they cut off relations completely. So he had just meant to put things back on track, but it turns out he'd blown up that relationship. So we need to be very tactful, and we need to ask sometimes softer questions that allow people to come to us with a more forthcoming answer. To understand how we can repair relationships, it helps to start by understanding the nature of violations. And I'll start with a story about Kayleen Sosa. She was a 1.5-year-old. She was horsed around at home. She'd climbed up a couch, was playing with her brother. She fell off from the couch and hit her head. Her mom was so worried, she rushed her to Baptist Hospital, the nearby hospital. An x-ray was inconclusive. They decided to do an MRI, so they sedated her so that she would sit still. 1.5-year-olds aren't great at sitting still. And they put a breathing tube in her to make sure she'd get enough oxygen. Turns out the breathing tube became dislodged. She suffered permanent brain damage. What's interesting about this story is that the Sosas never sued the hospital. They ended up becoming advocates for the hospital. And Ozzie Sosa, the father, said that he completely forgave the hospital. This is a remarkable transformation. That is, when they could have easily sued for a substantial sum of money, they could have become fierce adversaries, they actually became collaborative friends, and they did this because of the nature of the violation and the way Baptist Hospital apologized. So let me first think about some other violations, and I want to characterize these violations as being very substantial. We'll call them core violations. They strike at the very core or essence of that relationship, and non-core violations, less critical violations. So first we'll go to Eliot Spitzer. Eliot Spitzer was the governor of New York, and he rose spectacularly. He first was a district attorney, and he built an incredible record of prosecution, a lot of prosecution of white-collar crime, and that included prosecuting prostitution rings. He became the governor in 2007, and he was known as Mr. Clean, and he promised this bringing ethics and integrity to the governor's house. Now, he ran a very clean campaign. He was known to have these incredibly high ethical standards until it all came crashing down. It turns out that Elliot Spitzer had been partaking in the very kind of crime he had been prosecuting. He had paid a substantial sum of money to the Emperor's Club VIP, this prostitution ring, this upscale prostitution ring. He ended up, over a period of 7 years, had actually very carefully figured out how to give them small amounts of payments that amassed sort of almost $80,000 total. So here, he ends up falling from grace because he had been he'd been participating in some of the very activity he had also been prosecuting. So he ends up resigning from the governor's position, and he tries to rehabilitate his reputation and to suggest just how damaging this was. That is, this is a core violation. It strikes at the very heart of the relationship. He is known as Mr. Clean, and yet this violation really represents the essence of who he is and his relationship to the voters in New York. 5 years later, he's running to be a city comptroller, a relatively minor office. He says, I'm hoping there will be forgiveness. I'm asking for it. He doesn't even make it through the primary. So here, this core violation not only costs him his high perch as the governor, but it means years later, he's still unable to get traction, even for a relatively minor office. Next, we can think about David Letterman. David Letterman on The Late Show, a late-night talk show host and comedian. And here, he seems to make everything funny. Now, he faced some sexual misconduct of his own. It turns out that he was accused of sexual harassment, having sexual relationships with interns and staff. But he's able to transform this into a joke. He talks about how I got into my car this morning and not even the navigation lady would speak to me. So he's making light of this, and actually this inappropriate behavior turns out to be a bump in the road for David Letterman, but it was terminal for Elliot Spitzer. That is, the relationship we have with David Letterman is as an entertainer, as a comic, and he maintains that form, and this violation doesn't derail us from the relationship that we have with him. Now, similarly, Martha Stewart, accused of insider trading, she ends up going to prison. Now, insider trading, however, it's serious financial wrongdoing, and she lied to investigators. That's what really tripped her up. While she's in prison, she ends up doing just fine. Her Kmart products are selling well. Ad sales in her magazine Living turn out to be fine. Her interior paint line is doing well. And Omnimedia stock, it took an initial hit, but it rebounds while she's in prison. And when she gets out of prison, she comes roaring back. So she gets a show on The Apprentice. She goes back on daytime television. She ends up doing very well. This transgression is not a core violation for her. We turn to Martha Stewart for advice about what colors to use, how to decorate our homes, how to cook meals. That style advice she still got, and this is a non-core violation. Now, in contrast, when Arthur Andersen Accounting ran into trouble, that turned out to be terminal. That was a core violation. They built a brand for integrity, not just a lasting name, not just a last name, a lasting name. So Andersen was their brand. They were signing off on accounting statements, and companies turned to them for that verification, but they signed off on misleading documents. And worse, they ended up shredding a bunch of these documents in 2002 for Enron. Now, it turned out to be, people made light of this too. I see from your resume, you spent time working at Andersen, and here this resume's half shredded. Now, that's a little bit funny, but it wasn't funny for Arthur Andersen Accounting. Andersen Accounting was finished. That violation meant that companies could no longer go to Andersen for trusted verification of their accounting statements. That's a core violation. So I want to think about when trust can be repaired, and I want to argue that even serious violations like with the Sosa family, can be repaired, but that requires serious work and a very carefully crafted apology that requires both words and actions. But when we think about these violations, they're core violations that strike at the very core of who you are and what your relationship is, and non-core violations. So for Arthur Andersen Accounting, that's a core violation. For Martha Stewart, that's a non-core violation. For Spitzer, it's a core violation. That is, we care about that integrity. That was his brand. That was his campaign. It's a core violation. He can't recover. But for David Letterman, it's a non-core violation. Now, more broadly, we think about competence and benevolence or integrity violations. When it's a competence violation, we fell short. That is, we just didn't have the capability to do it. Those violations, people are more easily forgiven. That is, we forgive people for falling short if they were trying, but we feel as if it was an integrity violation, that is, they had bad intentions. And remember, with Arthur Andersen Accounting, that shredding demonstrates some intentionality. That is, they were trying to cover things up. That cover-up suggests that they actually had bad intentions, and it's much harder to recover from bad intentions. So the idea is that we have core violations, non-core violations, and we want to think about the competence and the integrity parts. When things go badly wrong, it turns out there's actually a lot that we can learn. And in this case, I want to think about what we can learn from bad apologies. In 2010, we saw one of the worst environmental disasters of our generation. The Deepwater Horizon oil spill gushed oil for 87 days. They didn't know how to cap this oil spill. In the initial explosion, 11 workers died. Just an incredible disaster. Now, you can imagine the leadership of BP was having a really bad couple of days. And here's what happened. The CEO, Tony Hayward, said, "We're sorry for the massive disruption it's caused their lives. There's no one who wants this over more than I do. I'd like my life back." So that's Tony Hayward. Now, on the one hand, we can kind of appreciate he's having a rough day. On the other hand, this apology falls far short because it's so self-focused. And the reaction was pretty swift. Even from employees at BP, here's someone working in PR who said the only time Tony Hayward opens his mouth was to change feet. Now, not grammatically perfect, but it really captures this essence of how bad this apology is. And there were calls from Capitol Hill for Hayward to resign, and in fact, he does end up losing his job. The lesson I want to draw from this experience is we need to take perspective. That is, when things are going bad for us, they could be going badly for others, and that perspective taking is hard but essential for delivering an effective apology. Now, let's switch industries, and we'll go to Lululemon. So Lululemon in 2013 had a problem with the density of their fabrics, and here's what Chip Wilson, the chairman and founder, said, that some women's bodies just actually don't work. Now, it's kind of funny. That is, we usually think that pants are supposed to fit the person, but he's suggesting, well, maybe the person is supposed to fit the pants. And he later apologizes to employees. "I'm sorry to put you through all of this." Now, this apology is to the employees, but not to the customers. So here, the lesson I want to draw is that, again, perspective taking is hard, and we want to think about the other side's perspective, and the audience matters. That is, who is getting that apology really matters. Okay, let's switch gears again, and here we're going to talk about Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods had some problems with his marriage, and he lashes out at the media in his apology. "I've been dismayed to realize the full extent of what tabloid scrutiny really means." He goes on, though, and at the end he does, "I offer my profound apology." This is 2009. Now, here's what's interesting about this apology and where it falls short. Right after he delivered this apology, when things seemed badly wrong for him, he then ends up sailing off on his yacht, and a lot of the media attention then gets focused on this $22 million yacht. It's 155 feet long, it has a private jacuzzi, an elevator, and so on, and ironically named the privacy, and we end up with focus on the yacht and his escape there. And one of the problems, one of the shortcomings with this apology is that it ends up falling short precisely because we care about penance. That is, when somebody is truly remorseful, we expect them to suffer or pay for it. And here, this is the exact opposite of what Tugger would seem to be doing. Okay. Now I'm going to jump to 1999. Coca-Cola, here in Europe, it started off with a young boy that reported feeling dizzy and a little bit nauseous. It turns out other people soon began to file similar reports after drinking Coca-Cola. And these reports of dizziness spread, and it seemed to be that there was some problem with carbon dioxide at a plant in Antwerp. Now, what do you do if you're Coca-Cola? Now, the CEO there, Douglas Ivester, said, well, we want to take a lower profile. We want to see if this thing would blow over. Now, meanwhile, as he's dithering, he's sort of waiting, it turns out the media picks this up, it becomes sensationalized, and by the time this is over, 50 million products are drawn off the shelves. They're thrown out in France, Germany, and Belgium. What I want to think about is that here, in terms of lessons, the speed matters. You can't just wait for things to blow over. You can't wait for the results of a final internal investigation. You need to be more proactive, and your image matters. There's something about a psychological contract. We're responsible not just for the letter of the contract, but for people's expectations too. And in this case, people are expecting more. They're expecting to understand that you care, you're concerned, that safety comes first, and it didn't seem that way to customers drinking Coca-Cola products. Fast forward, here's another failed apology. This is VW. VW turned out to be cheating emissions testing. When the head of VW was dragged up to Capitol Hill, while he was there, he offers an apology, but it was really a half-hearted, failed apology. First of all, who goes? It's the head of the U.S. division, not the head of the company. And I would have argued, we want the head of the company. We want to really figure out what's going on. We want a candid, clear apology. This apology falls short in a couple of ways. One is it's deflecting blame. This wasn't a corporate decision. The cars are safe to drive. We don't really know exactly what's going to happen. The recall and process could take years. The other thing that happens is, first of all, he's saying, look, I'm not really in charge. And so it comes across as a limited apology. It's not the head of VW that's going there. And the second part is there's no commitment to change. What we really want to do is understand what VW is going to do, and we want that clear, credible commitment to change. And in this case, it would almost certainly involve bringing in an outside party for oversight. So here are some of the lessons we can draw from failed apologies. Let's put these pieces together and think about what the apology formula should be. I'll start with a study. This is a study that was done with German eBay users. Here, 632 customers had posted some negative feedback. And as most of you know, negative feedback on an online system is pretty bad. And these customers were contacted and asked to remove that negative feedback. Now, half of them received an apology. The apology read, I would like to apologize and ask whether you might withdraw your evaluation. And 45% removed that critical rating. The other half didn't receive that apology, but they received a cash rebate. And they were offered this as a goodwill gesture and then asked if they would withdraw their evaluation. And here, only 21% did. What's funny is from an economics perspective, we think, well, isn't money better than an apology? But it turns out asking for that removal works better with an apology. People sometimes, all they really want is an apology. Okay, so what we learn from this is that money might help, but an apology is sometimes even more effective. I want to think about another case that was incredibly powerful. Here, Southwest Airlines, their first fatal accident, this involved a crash at Midway. It was icy. The airplane, as it landed, tore through the runway. There was a gate. It blew past the gate and into an intersection, striking cars below. And here in this first fatal accident, the Southwest CEO, Gary Kelly, apologized, and he apologized effectively and swiftly, and it was unusual at the time for the CEO to deliver this apology. So here he comes out, and his response is quick. Within hours, he expresses condolences. He flies with his GO team. 94 GO team employees fly with him to Chicago, and he comes out with his heartfelt apology. There are no words to adequately convey our grief and sorrow. Now, his response was characterized in the media as swift and caring, and by all measures seemed to be incredibly effective. What I want to do is I want to think about the lesson here, that is, who apologizes matters. We talked before about the VW case. Here it's the CEO, the leader, that's apologizing, and speed matters. I mentioned before Kayleen Sosa. Now, what I want to suggest is that here it was this ER nurse that first noticed the problem. And what happened with Kayleen Sosa, as she had this breathing tube that became dislodged, she ended up losing oxygen. And what the apology was able to do in this case was repair that relationship completely. Now, why? Because it was swift, it was complete, and what's really interesting about this case is that the apology plan was instituted at the institutional level. That is, the organization had made a commitment. They had a checklist of what people should do. If there's a failure, people should quickly apologize, be candid about the entire procedure failure, reach out, get to know the family, and that's what they did. And as they changed procedures, Ozzie Sosa actually came back and said, I'm impressed by the changes, and they ended up making safety videos for the hospital. They never sued. They mediated a settlement with the Sosa family. So here's what a good apology can do. It can fundamentally change perceptions. Words matter, and as we saw with the eBay study, words are surprisingly effective, but then the deeds matter too. So like at Baptist Hospital, changing procedures. Now, here's what Baptist did. They had a full disclosure. They explained what happened. They immediately came to the family to deliver full accounting. They mediated a settlement that included free physical therapy for life. They created a video with the families. And when Ozzie Sosa, the father, came back to witness all the changes, he said, I completely forgive the hospital. So what makes an apology effective? I want to distill 3 key ideas. The first is candor. So we want full disclosure. That's what Baptist did. It's the opposite of what VW did. We want a speedy apology. So Southwest quickly apologizes. Coca-Cola is sort of waiting for things to blow over. The second key idea is remorse. Who apologizes helps convey that remorse. So is it the CEO or somebody less authoritative? We want to see an expression of regret. Southwest Airlines does this. Lululemon doesn't. Is it other focus? That is, are we focused on the person who's been harmed? Again, Southwest Airlines does a beautiful job at that. British Petroleum wrestles with that. And penance. Who's paying for something? So Baptist Hospital's paying for lifelong care. Tiger Woods doesn't seem like he's suffering very much. So that's remorse. And the third piece is a commitment to change. We're here at Baptist Hospital committed to change. They enacted changes. VW has yet to do that. The last piece I want to think about as we apologize is preparing to apologize. And the idea here is that just like a fire drill, we want to prepare for something even if we think it's unlikely to happen. And there are some industries where people are readily expecting to apologize, like in transportation, hospitality, in hospitals, where we know we're going to encounter service failures and we have to apologize. But there are other industries where people are less prepared, and we see that just in the differences of the good and bad apology examples that we went through. Now, here's an interesting story. This happened to Stacey Heiling at the Ritz-Carlton, and the Ritz-Carlton does a magnificent job in service recovery. So the Ritz-Carlton, she checks in, she requests a wake-up call. The wake-up call never happens. She sleeps through and misses a meeting. Now, what happened after that, after complaining to the Ritz-Carlton ends up apologizing for the missed wake-up call, and they do that with a fruit basket and chocolate. They have a handwritten note that apologizes, and instead of complaining and sort of lambasting Ritz-Carlton for having missed the wake-up call, what she ends up doing is providing a 5-star rating online. And she raves about the 5-star service. So here, this apology transformed the relationship from one that could have been very competitive into one that ends up being incredibly collaborative. Now, we need to be quick to apologize, and we highlighted the speed before, but we can't be too quick. And here's an example of being too quick. That is, we can't automate it. So here, this is Domino's Pizza, and here the comment went online, "Best pizza ever, keep up the good work, guys." That was what came out. Now, Domino's quick response was, "So sorry about that. Please share some additional information with us, and please mention this reference number." So it's as if it seemed like there was an automated system. Anything that went online about Domino's Pizza must have been a complaint. They apologized prematurely here. So here, the speculation is that they had some overzealous bot that just automatically generated responses, but here they ended up trying to recover that by saying, "Oh, we were sorry it took us so long for, Jennifer to get that best pizza ever." So we want to think about quickly apologizing, but you don't want to overdo it. So think about preparation and experience. So some industries are ready for this, but other industries should be, and we saw these other industries struggle, and the advice here is that we need to prepare. That is, just as we would for a fire alarm, we need to be prepared for that apology. We need to figure out how to overcome some barriers. So we have barriers like the fear of signaling weakness, that it might put us in a one-down position, making us look like we're not quite sure of ourselves. Sort of the same kind of feeling that often we have, we're afraid of asking for directions or for help. But sometimes we can appear more competent when we ask for help, and the same thing is true about apologies. There's also this fear of liability or culpability. And in fact, it used to be the case that medical professionals were trained not to apologize for this very reason, and it's actually new procedures, like at Baptist Hospital, where professionals are trained to apologize, and they've actually seen lawsuits decrease. Now, you have to think about pride and defensiveness, where we often have a hard time with that perspective-taking idea we talked about before, where here we need to think about how to break down these barriers, and institutionally we can create rules or guidelines that can help employees get to where they need to be. So here are the key lessons. First, we should prepare to apologize, just as they did at Ritz-Carlton, and to great effect, and at Baptist Hospital, also to similar effect. And we need to train employees and develop procedures and policies in place. And then we also need to build credibility. That is, we need to make sure that the words that we use are meaningfully heard by the people who get them. So like in the Domino's case, you can't be too quick. And then finally, we have to think about expectations. That is, we want to make sure that the expectations that we convey are really the things that we're able to follow through and do. And then finally, stay other focused. That is, we've seen this consistently. That is, when you think about the other side's point of view, what's their experience, and how can we communicate in a way that demonstrates our concern for other people. When we think about communicating effectively, there are three goals that we often have. We want to convey our ideas, we want to gather information from other people, and we want to change relationships. And first, let's think about how we convey ideas. So, if we're trying to communicate with someone, part of the challenge we have is conveying what's in our mind and getting it out to other people. How do we do that? Well, the first challenge is to grab attention. So, how do we gain somebody else's attention? We do that when the message is simple, it's persuasive, and it's memorable. And often you see some advertisements that really exemplify this. So here, this is an advertisement for a helmet. We have a chicken that's coming down the conveyor belt. All the other chicken has been packaged, but this one is coming down with a helmet. It's surprising, it's also humorous, and it grabs attention. So things that grab attention are surprising, they offer some sort of puzzle, or they pull on our emotions. Often it's the individual stories. So Anne Frank is a story about an individual that grabs our emotion and helps tell a much broader story. As Mother Teresa said, if I see one, I will act. Often we think about a multitude, we tend to lose our focus and it doesn't grab our attention in the same way. So ironically, a story about an individual is often more powerful than a story about many people. And Chip Heath, for example, describes an example where a doctor created a video from the patient's perspective. And in showing that video, it actually helped people take that perspective. There's a story here that grabbed attention. You saw something from a perspective you weren't really anticipating. So step one is to grab attention. Next, once we have someone's attention, we want to be credible. So to be persuasive, people have to know that what we're saying is real, truthful, and important. So we can invoke authority figures. So people who are experts or in positions of power, we can rely on what they're saying. We invoke that authority. We might rely on their experience. So we have experience and we want to use sources that are trusted. So things that come from authority or experienced people or people we trust are going to be more credible. We want to think about using those, tapping into that to create a message that's persuasive. Now, simplicity is another key idea. For messages to be understood and remembered, we need them to be simple. So we can think about things like when Bill Clinton was running for president, guiding his campaign, it's the economy, stupid. That was the core idea. So everything kept coming back to the economy in Bill Clinton's campaign. Or Southwest Airlines, the low-cost airline, by using that guiding principle, that simple message guides people's decisions so they can line up with that one goal. In the U.S. military, they have something called the commander's intent. There's a short line at the top of the message. Here's the goal. There are a lot of other details that are going to follow, but there's that one key idea at the beginning. And the same thing's true in journalism. We don't want to bury the lead. We want the key idea to be up front. So we want something that's simple, that's really going to help us convey our message. How can we make our messages memorable? Well, one key idea is to tell a story. And I'll tell you a story about Willie Horton. It turns out the story of Willie Horton took over the political campaign as George Bush Sr. was campaigning against Dukakis. Now, this is a very difficult campaign. The two candidates were different, but they were both polling very similarly. And for much of this, Dukakis was ahead. Now, Lee Atwater was a young politician who became George Bush's campaign manager. And he said, by the time we're finished, they're going to wonder whether Willie Horton is Dukakis's running mate. Now, it turns out Willie Horton was convicted for a life sentence for murder. And there was a program in Massachusetts that allowed people furloughs, allowed these prisoners furloughs for good behavior. And the reason why you do this is to encourage good behavior in prison. People were allowed furloughs. And Willie Horton on a weekend furlough, now remember he was in prison for murder, on his weekend furlough, he ended up engaging in rape of a woman and stabbed the husband. Now, that event, it wasn't Dukakis that had personally furloughed him, but Dukakis had said he was in favor of the furlough program, and he had defended the furlough program. And it turns out this issue and the story of Willie Horton ended up derailing Dukakis in 1988. So this story took on such an impactful part of the campaign, it eclipsed other key events at the time and other key economic and other social issues. So here's a story that ends up becoming very memorable and very impactful. Lee Atwater actually later apologized on his deathbed. He apologized for the use of this story, and he apologized to Dukakis. It was a very effective story, but it turns out to be not very pleasant campaigning. But the idea I want to convey is that it's very vivid. That is, it's memorable. And in general, we want things that are vivid. So when we thought about Afghan refugees, there's one photo that comes to mind. We want to keep stories simple. We want things to be in chronological order that is easier for our memory. So the more vivid the example, the more accessible the example, the easier things are to remember. So ideas like copyrights are property, or we're only as strong as our weakest link. These ideas are easy to access, and the analogies, it's like closing the barn doors after the cows have gone out. These analogies allow us to access ideas much better. Now, sometimes it's a figure of speech. So figures of speech, like at the O.J. Simpson trial, one of his defense attorneys famously stated, "If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit." Many people who watched the O.J. Simpson trial, which was broadcast on television, thought that O.J. Simpson was guilty. The evidence seemed to point that way. And yet, this idea, if the glove doesn't fit, there's a glove that didn't fit over O.J. Simpson's hand, it seemed to suggest that, well, maybe not all the evidence is consistent. And that ends up with this rhyming figure of speech being a very compelling idea. Or another one here, loose lips sink ships. This idea that we should be careful in what we say, this rhyming, simple idea becomes very memorable. So we want our messages to be memorable, and stories and analogies and short expressions will help us do that. Now, another idea to make things memorable is to keep them very concrete. So the idea, the sort of goal, we're going to put a man on the moon within a decade. So when Kennedy set out this ambitious agenda, it creates a very concrete idea for us to align behind. Or in the 1960s, Boeing had a very concrete goal. The 727 must seat 131 passengers, fly nonstop from Miami to New York, and land on a specific runway in LaGuardia. Now, this runway was less than a mile long. We could have specified things with more abstract terms, but the idea here, the ideas that we're conveying, offer a very concrete set of attributes that allow us to focus on that. So we want to avoid vague claims or vague ideas like, our goal here is to maximize shareholder value, or we want to engage in continuous improvement. Those are nice ideas, but they're not very concrete, and they don't guide very concrete actions. Now, one concern, however, is that sometimes when we narrow focus, we can do it too much. So when Lee Iacocca was the CEO of Ford, he did a lot of great things, but one of his goals was to create, in his words, a car that was under 2,000 pounds and sold for under $2,000. So this is very concrete. It's a very specific goal. And in 1970, Ford introduces the Ford Pinto. Now, here's another expression that is also very vivid. It was called the barbecue that seats four because of the fuel tank placement. Rear-end collisions could sometimes cause the fuel tank to burst into flame. And 56 people ended up dying in Pinto fires. And Time magazine included the Ford Pinto as one of the 50 worst cars of all time. Now, there's still some debate whether Ford was aware of the design flaw or not. There was a concern that maybe they decided it was cheaper to pay off the lawsuits than redesign the car. But the key idea here is that we have a concrete idea that is the under 2,000 pounds, under $2,000. That's a concrete idea that guides action. It's very memorable. And similarly, these very vivid expressions like the barbecue that seats four is also very vivid. So when we're trying to convey ideas, we want people to remember them. And these short expressions, the concrete and the use of analogies are all key tools. They're vehicles for making our ideas very memorable. A second key goal of our communication is to gather information. And we do that often by asking questions. And it turns out that sometimes just asking for it, as Linda Babcock would say, just asking for it is sometimes the most important step. So here's a story about the University of Chicago. They received $1 million grant from Mrs. Field, from the Marshall Field department store fame. And administrators at Northwestern were shocked. After all, Miss Field lived in Evanston. She had been a supporter in the past of Northwestern. And when they reached out to Mrs. Field, they asked, "Oh, why did you give this money to Chicago?" And she replied, "Well, the people of the University of Chicago asked, and you didn't." So asking for information or help are often key goals. And it turns out that when we look at, for example, skilled versus average negotiators, we see this big divergence in asking questions. Often we think that one of the key goals is to just convey our winning arguments or to convey all the great information we have in our own heads. But it turns out that what's really important often is just asking good questions. So Neil Rackham did this study with over 100 labor negotiators, and he had experts and relative novices, and he recorded and compared their negotiations. And one of the most important things he found, and he assessed expertise based upon peers and counterparts assessments, he found that the expert negotiators spent way more time asking questions. So they're doing things like asking questions, they're testing their understanding, like, "Oh, let me make sure I understand what you're saying." They're demonstrating concern for the other party as well, but they're spending time doing that. And the key idea here is sort of asking questions, and they're spending way less time engaging in other behaviors, including just revealing information, but also engaging in things like irritators, like saying things that are a little bit annoying to the other side, or putting down the other side, or attacking the other side. And they're offering fewer justifications for their key ideas. So when they're saying, oh, here's why we need higher wages, or here's why we need better insurance coverage, they're offering one or two reasons. The less expert negotiators are offering more reasons. So what's interesting here, the key idea is that experts are asking more questions and they're conveying a little bit less information, and they're being more effective because of it. So one of the key ideas I want to suggest is that sometimes we should be focused on asking questions and really listening to those answers rather than focusing on trying to just get our ideas out. Let's take a deeper look at questions. I want to think about what questions really do. And we can look at experts in linguistics that have guided us to think about questions. They've studied them for a long time. They structure our conversation. They focus us on particular topics. They also move narratives forward. So, what happened next? Or they pause to ensure understanding. So, do you know what I mean by that? Or how do you know who was calling? So these questions are often created to elicit information. But I also want to suggest that questions do something different as well. They often not only solicit information, but they often guide our answers and sometimes convey information as well. Now, we think of this with leading questions. And Loftus did some of the most important work in this area. Loftus had people do things like watch videos of two cars colliding. So these cars got in an accident, and then Loftus asked questions, and she asked, how fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other? Or how fast were the cars going when they bumped into each other? Or how fast were the cars going when they contacted each other? Now, in every case, we're asking how fast were the cars going. But here's what's really interesting is that when people answered these questions, they thought the car was going fastest with the smashed wording, and they thought the cars were going slowest in the contacted wording. So people think that the car is going almost 41 miles an hour when they're asked how fast they were going when they smashed each other, but only about 32 miles an hour when they're asked how fast were the cars going when they contacted each other. So that is, the questions we ask can guide the answers that we get, particularly for questions that have kind of vague or uncertain answers. So here's some other examples. So do you get headaches frequently? And if so, how often? Or do you get headaches occasionally? And if so, how often? And again, we're getting very different answers. So frequently people say over 2 a week. When we say occasionally, it's less than 1 a week. And the idea is that the way we ask questions can guide us to be very different in how we answer those questions. And we think about, for example, jurors. We sometimes limit questions lawyers can ask potential jurors. So potential jurors might be asked, could you be impartial if you knew the defendant was a member of a gang? Now, it turns out that person may or may not be a member of a gang, but we've now just implanted an idea by suggesting that they were part of a gang. Or when we say, when do you stop taking the money? And we're presuming that you were taking money. So the idea here is that the way we ask questions can guide people and sort of plant ideas that are very difficult for us to really get out of our minds. Now, this is another study that Loftus did that I particularly like. She had people watch a video of a car going by in a country road. And again, she asked, how fast was the car going? Now, a week later, she brought people back in and said, we're going to ask you about that video. And she asked, did you see a barn in the video? Now, there was no barn in the video. But here's what's interesting. So that week before, when she asked, how fast was the car going? She had asked that question in a few different ways. So one question was, how fast was the white sports car going while traveling along the country road? That was one phrasing. Another phrasing was, how fast was the white sports car going when it passed the barn while driving along the country road? So remember that there was no barn, but by asking the question that has the barn phrasing, what you find is that a week later, when people are asked, did you see a barn? People who've been asked that question with the barn wording in it, they reported that they saw the barn about 17% of the time. In contrast, people that never saw a barn, there was no mention of a barn, when they were asked, did you see a barn? Less than 3% of them said they saw a barn. So that is, we're seeing a dramatic increase in responses that are completely fabricated, where traditionally we think of questions as just gathering information, but we also know that questions are also revealing information and guiding answers. And so questions can actually play a really important part in the communication process. So when we think about what questions do, the traditional idea is they gather information, but I'm arguing that they actually also reveal information, and they reveal a lot of information about what the asker knows, as well as information about the context or guiding the answer. So we get different answers as a function of the questions that we ask. I'm going to explain a short experiment that I ran that reflects a stream of research that I've conducted that looks at how different questions can elicit different kinds of information. And in this experiment, I told people that they're selling a used iPod and that it frequently crashes. So there's a problem with crashing on this iPod, and they have a lot of other information about this used iPod that they're selling. Now, it turns out we have these confederates. So I paid these research assistants to pretend that they were trying to buy the iPod, and they reached out to this participant, and they asked one of three different questions. One question, the general question, said, well, what can you tell me about it? A second question was this positive assumption, it doesn't have any problems, does it? Or a negative assumption question, what problems does it have? Okay, so here, if we think about it, the general question doesn't reveal any specific knowledge. The other two questions suggest there's a problem. And the negative assumption question in particular suggests that there really is a problem. So the what problems does it have suggests that there's actually a problem that I want to learn about. So it's a direct approach, and the negative assumption is the most direct. The positive assumption and the general question are less direct. And we look at the responses that we get. People thought that, these participants thought the buyer was much more knowledgeable when they asked the negative assumption question and least knowledgeable when they asked a general question. And they thought the buyer was much more assertive with the negative assumption, followed by the positive assumption and the general question. But the key idea, and the most important idea here, is the kind of responses. So suppose that you are a potential buyer and you want to learn negative information. It turns out that when people were asked a positive or negative assumption question, they're getting much more reliable information. They're learning a lot more information about the crashes when they're asked these positive assumption or negative assumption questions. And they're learning very little information when they ask the general assumption question. In fact, in the general assumption case, they're learning a lot of information about totally irrelevant general stuff. They're not learning about this problem. So the key idea, and this is just one of several studies that I've run, is that when you ask these more direct questions, you're getting far more reliable answers. And the negative assumption, when you presume a problem, you're getting the most veracious, the greatest veracity of all. The most truthful response comes with that negative assumption question. Okay, and in fact, people found when they had independent raters judge the responses, they of course judged the seller to be most honest when they were asked the negative assumption or positive assumption question. So one of the ideas here is that when we want to ask these questions, we should be sure to ask questions and listen carefully to the answers. We want to seek disconfirming information. So we want to challenge assumptions that we have. So if we're asking a patient how compliant they've been with their medication, you might want to ask, what medications have you missed? As opposed to a question like, oh, you haven't missed any medications, have you? Or you want to ask, what challenges are you facing meeting this deadline? As opposed to presuming that they haven't had any challenges, like, oh, we're right on track, aren't we? So we want to presume a problem, and we're then more likely to gather accurate and truthful information. I want to build on some of the ideas about asking questions and think more broadly about active listening. When we think about active listening, we use this to not only learn information, but also build relationships. With active listening, we demonstrate concern and we demonstrate interest in other people and their ideas. And we can actually shift emotions and how people are feeling. So the idea here with active listening is we're asking questions. That's a key part of it. We're also demonstrating interest in our counterpart. That's a key part of it. And we're probing further. So that is, in concert, we're doing things to really actively engage in hearing other people. So first, the key idea about active listening is we're asking broader, open-ended questions. So what happened or when did that happen? And we're asking people to expand on those answers. So tell me more about it. The other key idea here is we're speaking less. I mentioned this before, but we often think that our key ideas are the most important things to get out, when in many cases, what we really need to do is listen to other people to figure out what their needs are, how our ideas interact with their needs. Now, the active listening part gets its name from this active part of listening, where we're doing things like demonstrating interest verbally and non-verbally. So verbally, we can engage in these things like minimal encouragers, like, uh-huh, oh, right, oh, really? Oh, she said what? We're nodding in agreement. We're doing things that demonstrate that we're paying attention. So when you're out with somebody and they say, oh, you haven't listened to a thing I've said, what they're saying is, you haven't given me any minimal encouragers. So you might be able to say, oh yeah, I know exactly what you've been saying for the last 20 minutes. And yet they might feel as if they're not being listened to. These minimal encouragers, it's an active listening part that actually gives people a sense that you're paying attention. Mirroring, so you're demonstrating interest. So we're repeating the last words or the gist of what somebody said. So we might repeat something, and that gives people a sense that you're actually engaged, invested in what they're saying. As we do that, we're encouraging people to open up, and we're demonstrating that we care about other people. We're building this affiliation, this rapport that's so important. We also need to probe further, so we can summarize what people have said. We demonstrate that we're taking their perspective, and then we seek additional clarification. So something like, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. The depreciation values from last year came from somewhere, but the current values are missing, or there's no money in the budget this quarter, but next quarter might be different. So we're summarizing something, and then we're pushing for more information. And by doing this, that is, in concert, if we ask questions, so we seek elaboration, we avoid talking, and this part's quite hard. The idea is that when we leave space, we often create some discomfort. So sometimes if we just pause, people find that silence uncomfortable, fill it sometimes with extra information. So this is a common interview technique. It's also common in negotiations. People will just leave space, and that awkward pause gets filled in, sometimes with information people were reticent to reveal. Then the active part of the listening, the minimal encouragers, the mirroring, repeating the gist of what somebody has said, and then the follow-up. So we're probing further, we're summarizing and asking that next question. This active listening does a couple of things. One is it gets people engaged, demonstrates concern, but also to us, it not only helps us focus on other people, but it helps us gain their perspective. So we engage in better perspective taking as we're focusing really on active listening. A key part of communication is nonverbal. In fact, most of the message that we get is from the nonverbal cues. Now, sometimes nonverbal cues are pretty funny. So here's President George Bush and Angela Merkel at the G8 summit in 2006 in St. Petersburg. And George Bush thought it was going to be appropriate to walk over to Angela Merkel and give her a back rub. And so you see pictures of this. This was front page news after it happened. George Bush starts giving Angela Merkel a back rub, and her nonverbal cues make it very clear she doesn't feel comfortable. So George Bush is cueing that he wants a close relationship or is presuming a close relationship. Angela Merkel is signaling that he's crossed a boundary and wants to create some distance. So these nonverbal cues, without any exchange of words, is conveying a great deal of information. Now, this is true in general. So by some studies, 70 to 90% of the message that we get is nonverbal. How people are standing, the way they're speaking, or the way they're looking or not looking at you. So nonverbal communication is important when we're communicating with other people. We can communicate far more effectively with nonverbal cues. And we're trying to interpret other people. We can do that far better if we're paying attention carefully to nonverbal cues. Now, there are cross-cultural differences. There are some cultures where the message really is in how it's being sent. So these high context cultures, often in Asia and Latin America, many Middle Eastern cultures, how the message is being conveyed is almost the entirety of the message. So somebody in Japan might say, that would be difficult. And what they really mean is there's no way we could ever do that. And you've got to be paying attention to how it's being said. In low context cultures, we rely more on the content of the text, what is actually being said, so in North America and Europe. But even in low context cultures, how things are said dramatically influence the meaning of what's said. So if I were to say, oh, that's no problem, the way I say that matters profoundly. So if I say, oh, that's no problem, or, oh, that's no problem, I'm sending very different messages. In fact, we can flip the meaning of something, like, I'm happy to do that, or I'm happy to do that. We can send it completely in opposite directions depending on how we say it. And of course, cross-culturally, there are different signals when we hold hands or pat someone on the head. We're sending messages, and cross-culturally, we want to be sensitive to that. In some cases, we can offend people merely by using gestures that we think are pretty innocuous, like the OK symbol. So when we think about nonverbal cues, here are the dimensions that we should be paying attention to. One part are kinesics, so symbols that we use created by the body. So gestures, like the OK symbol, or gesticulations, facial expressions, eye contact, appearance. There are a lot of cues around how we look. There are paralanguage cues, so the tempo, the emphasis. So I gave examples with, I'm happy to do that, or I'm happy to do that. We can emphasize things quite differently. And in writing, paralanguage cues are things like writing in all caps. So I text you a message in all caps, and you might write back, "Why are you yelling at me?" Haptics involve touching. Every mammal every mammal group is very fond of contact. This tactile contact, so shaking hands, patting somebody on the back, patting somebody on the head. These are conveying a lot of information, or like George Bush giving Angela Merkel a back rub, we're engaging in contact in a way that's communicating some important message. Now, this is related to proxemics. How far apart are we? Again, there are cross-cultural differences. So in Eastern Europe, distances are much smaller. In the United States, we have our sort of personal bubble of about a foot and a half. So anybody that invades our personal space should be a very close friend or an intimate partner. We have public distance at sort of different spaces. And we think about, where our comfort zone is. The way we arrange this space can make people more or less comfortable. And what I'm suggesting is that we can think about this deliberately rather than feeling like, hey, I'm uncomfortable. I don't really know why. I'm suggesting we can figure out why. We can figure out how the space that we're in can make us more or less comfortable. And that use of space, so the room size, the color, the lighting, the way we've configured the office can really change the message that we're conveying. So if I want to convey a sense of equality, we might have a circular table and we're all at seats that are similar. If I want to convey a sense of inequality, we can have a table and we can have somebody on a higher chair than somebody else. So we can think about this space and the messages that we're conveying implicitly in those cues. Chronemics, the use of time. So is somebody on time? Are they prompt? Are they delayed, or they show up late for meetings? And again, if we want to communicate a sense of equality and caring, we're prompt and on time. And again, there are cross-cultural differences. So Germanic peoples might be very punctual. Latin peoples might be less punctual. And they're not meaning anything by it. We should be sensitive to those cross-cultural differences. Communication media profoundly influence how our messages are not only interpreted, but the consequences of those messages. This is a story about a woman who was negotiating her job offer at Nazareth College. And what she'd done after she'd been extended an offer, she decided to ask for some clarification and ask for some other concessions in an email. And she wrote, "As you know, I'm very enthusiastic about the possibility of coming to Nazareth. Granting some of the following provisions would make my decision easier." So notice that she's not insisting on this. She's not saying I have to have all of these things. She's saying some of these would make it easier. And she asked for things like increasing the starting salary, consistent with what she thinks other people have been getting, a semester of maternity leave, a pre-tenure sabbatical, and so on. She asked for a few other things here. And I know that some of these might be easier to grant than others. Let me know what you think. Now, this is a relatively soft way of approaching things. I would suggest that had she done this in person, she'd be getting feedback along the way, and she'd get a pretty clear sense of how things were going. The response that she got ended up withdrawing the offer. So here she had meant to ask for some things, and I'm going to suggest that because it was an email, it came across, I think, more forcefully than she'd intended. And this electronic medium allowed her email to be shared and probably interpreted in different ways. So you can imagine somebody getting it, forwarding it on, but forwarding it with a message at the top like, "Can you believe this?" or "This doesn't look right to me." And then building consensus within that department that ended up leading to a withdrawal of the offer. So here, this email exchange ended up in disaster. Now, I want to quickly add, there are many advantages to email and texting. The asynchronous nature of it means we can send messages and not have to be there at exactly the same time. So we can multitask, we can take more time, we could gather more information. So the asynchronous characteristic has real advantages. It tends to be a more equal medium of communication. So if there are strong hierarchies, people communicate more evenly in email. People can sometimes evade questions in ways that are good or bad, but often more obvious when we look through the whole email exchange. We're revealing different and often less information. Again, all of those nonverbal cues are often absent. So humor, for example, often doesn't go over very well in email. If it's sarcastic, it's hard to know if it's delivered in a sarcastic way or not. But it's also a very easy medium to communicate with many people and also to keep a record. So there are a lot of advantages to using email, but some important disadvantages. And a lot of this relates to the lack of richness in this communication. There's some media richness theory that suggests that we can order media depending on how rich they are. And face-to-face is really the best. So in face-to-face media, we end up communicating with people as completely as we can. We're most effective in communicating our messages, and we're most effective reading other people. But face-to-face also allows us to do other things like engage in those haptics we talked about. So shaking somebody's hand or giving somebody an embrace. We can do things that allow us to build rapport that we cannot do without it. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't also use email. We should, but we might want to balance face-to-face meetings with email and sometimes replace some other meetings. Let's say it's through video conference. If we can, it still pays to get on the airplane, fly somewhere, and meet face-to-face. That's important for building rapport in our relationships. It's particularly important when things are complicated. So if we go down this hierarchy, there's face-to-face at the top. We can have video conference next. So video conference doesn't allow us to shake hands, but we can still gauge some nonverbal cues, like facial cues. Telephone, for example, is less rich than that. But again, we can still hear the pace and pitch and timing of somebody's words. Writing goes below that. We have voicemail, email, instant messaging, and those I'd put in a very special category because with these electronic messages, they're easily replicated and forwarded. So like that email to Nazareth College, you might end up with a message that gets forwarded, but sometimes with a preamble that we might not have intended. And so we want to be careful with these messages and write them or leave them as if we're expecting them to be broadcast. So we want to think about being very careful with those messages. So here are my prescriptions for email. So avoid email for sensitive matters. We want to write email as if things are getting forwarded. So if we're concerned about being misunderstood, if we're concerned about navigating a tricky social relationship, like a new relationship with an employer, we want to be very careful because we're less likely to get to both communicate and receive feedback as we're communicating via email. So we might miss social conventions or not convey the empathy that we really mean to convey when we're communicating over a text media like email. So if we're using email, we have to work at relationship building. We have to recognize that emails often appear more aggressive and more assertive than they really meant to be. So we come across differently. So we have to soften our emails. We want to think about folding in some face-to-face meetings or getting up, leaving your office, walking down the hall to talk with somebody, as well as emailing with them. And then finally, again, just to reiterate it because I feel so strongly about it, write that email as if many people are going to see it. I next want to think about threats. I'll start off with a story. This was an air traffic controller strike. It was in 1981, and nearly 13,000 air traffic controllers went on strike. They were negotiating over wages, hours, and benefits, and they're negotiating with the federal government. Now, you can think about this. 13,000 air traffic controllers, they're controlling all of the flights throughout the United States. Now, the president at the time, Ronald Reagan, he was a new president, and he came out and said they're in violation of the law. If they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated. Okay? So he issues this threat. He's threatening to fire 13,000 people who are controlling all of the air traffic in the United States. Okay? So this happens on August 3rd. 2 days later, so he said 48 hours, 2 days later, August 5th, President Reagan comes out and he carries out his threat. He fires the 11,359 people, so 11,359 air traffic controllers who didn't show up for work. Now, these air traffic controllers hadn't believed that he would follow through on this threat, but Reagan made the threat. He followed through on it, and by October 22nd, the Air Traffic Controllers Union was officially decertified. So he went around the air traffic controllers. He ended up pulling people from the military to get a patchwork solution in place. He ended up, then retraining, filling these positions, but he effectively followed through on his threat. And as a consequence of this, the U.S. Attorney General, Edwin Meese at the time, considered this the defining moment of Reagan's presidency. That is, he saw this as the foundation for Reagan's subsequent successes because he built credibility by following through on this threat. So Reagan ended up with a lot of legislative and diplomatic successes, and part of it was because of the credibility people had with him. So in this case, very dramatic. It was a use of a threat, and it ended up paying dividends for Ronald Reagan, though it was an expensive course of action to pursue. What I want to think about is when should we use threats, and what do they do, and how do we respond to these threats? So first, think about when to use threats. We do it when we want to get attention. If we feel as if people aren't paying attention, they're not taking us seriously, we want to grab that attention, a threat will do that. It'll also send a message that the status quo is not acceptable. We want to change how things are going. Or in Reagan's case, to set a precedent, and in this case, build credibility. I'll think about two other threats in the context of strikes. The Canadian auto workers went on strike in 1984. Each day on the strike cost the company millions of dollars in lost production. And after 13 days on strike, General Motors conceded to all the key demands of the auto workers. Okay? So here, there was a threat that was carried out to go on strike. GM capitulated, and that threat was that threat of the strike and continue to go on strike was very successful. About the same time, in 1985, Hormel meat packers went on strike in Minnesota. Management, however, was ready to keep production going. They actually served in the factory themselves, and they ended up hiring replacement workers who were willing to work for less money. So they're able to fill demand. And in that case, few of the demands were ever met, and most of those employees end up losing their jobs. The meat packers had overestimated the impact of their threat of going on strike, trying to ruin the company, and they ended up losing. So here are cases of threats that are going in both directions. So threats that effectively worked and threats that didn't, based upon how much power you actually have. And notice we can make bad miscalculations. Now, here's a more disturbing example. In 2004 in Iraq, militants seized a South Korean man, and they delivered an ultimatum, this threat to South Korea. Pull your forces out of Iraq, or we'll be sending this hostage's head back to you. You have 24 hours. Now, this threat's difficult. It's 24 hours to remove troops is really quick. South Korea officially refused to halt their military deployment. And then a second video was released only 2 days later showing this man getting decapitated. So here, these militants had followed through on this gruesome threat. Now, the following month, a Filipino truck driver was taken hostage. These kidnappers in the video said, the last Filipino troop has to leave Iraq on this date. And if he goes beyond the end of the month, we're going to behead this truck driver. And the Philippine government quickly withdrew the 51-member presence they had in Iraq. The hostage was then released the next day. Now, in this case, it's a very disturbing course of events, but I think about it from a threat perspective and this credibility perspective, what's going on? That is, how are they able to effectively change international policies? And they're able to do that by following through on a very disturbing threat. Okay? So we can look at threats and figure out, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And we want to think about when they do and when they don't. Now, here's this idea about using threats. Willingness. Are you willing to follow through? The threat has to be credible, and you want to avoid threats that are going to hurt you more than your counterpart, but often following through on threats is very costly to you. So it was costly to Reagan to fire all those workers and replace them. It was costly for the Hormel meat packers to hire all new workers, at least in the short run. But we need to make sure we have a threat that's really costly to the counterpart. In the GM example, the threat was more costly to the other side, and that makes it effective. We want the demands to be reasonable. Can the other side comply with the demands? So notice that in that hostage-taking example, the first threat was not reasonable. It built credibility. The second threat, though, gave a month to remove 51 people. That was a more reasonable demand, and that ended up gaining compliance. Okay, let's think about interests. So what are their interests? What are your interests? We want to avoid rash threats. We want threats to come from a place of calculation where we want to gain compliance to further somebody else's interests. So we don't want to punish people. We want to motivate people. So if we can all get back to work, we'll be productive. And here's a way to avoid some bad consequence, as opposed to a bullying kind of threat, which is likely to promote reactance. Now, still, some of the examples we talked about showed effective threats that were really bullying, but they're not a foundation for a long-term relationship, and they're likely to motivate people to try to retaliate. Now, we also want to think about saving face. So we don't want irrational threats or wimpy threats. We want to make it easy for the other side to meet demands as if they're choosing. Because again, we can incite reactance and revenge. So we want to build respect and build credibility. Those are the key ideas, rather than just throwing out threats as a way that can actually undermine our credibility if we don't follow through or people call us on them because they're calling our bluff. And then finally, we want to be exact when we're conveying a threat. So we want to be very clear about, if you do this, then here's what's going to happen. So we want to set a clear deadline. We want to be very clear about consequences. We want to be specific. And remember, if we don't follow through, we lose credibility. And if we do follow through, it's often costly, at least in the short run. So that's the idea about delivering threats. The next idea is how we deal with threats. So when people make threats, we should recognize that these threats push our neurological buttons. We really crave retaliation. That is, we want to go beat up that person that issued a threat. This is one reason why we should be very judicious and careful when we issue threats, because we're pushing somebody else's buttons, and that reactance is likely to blow up back in our face. Now, when it's happening to us, my recommendation is to avoid escalating conflict. We want to be very careful about being just reactive, even though that might be what feels best in the moment. Now, on the other side, we want to be very, very careful about conceding too quickly, because if we concede to somebody who's making threats, we're encouraging them to operate that way, and we lose power. So one thing we might do is ignore a threat. In fact, this is what a lot of hostage negotiators do. Hostage negotiators will frequently talk through a threat deadline. So some hostage will say, look, this is the deadline. And right before the deadline, the negotiators will get on the phone, they'll start talking through, and they'll try to move the conversation forward somewhere and never go back to, like, hey, you said you're going to throw somebody off a building, you never did, ha ha. They don't come back to it, but they talk through it. So they're ignoring that threat. And often, when we look at these studies, negotiators abandon their threats most of the time, 77% of the time, when the threat goes unreciprocated. As we respond to threats, we want to think about a few key things. One is trying to figure out the motivation. So what's behind that threat? It could be that the person who's issuing the threat feels like a victim. So they feel frustrated or offended, they feel neglected, and this threat is coming out of a desire to be heard. So they feel like they can't grab attention unless they issue that threat. If that's the motivation, it's really important. They're calling out for attention. They care deeply about this issue, and we want to give them careful attention. It could be they're just being pragmatic. So they have a really strong alternative, and this is how they're going to deal with you. This is how they see the playing field, and they want to gain leverage with this threat. The third case is they're just bluffing. This is how they have done business in the past, or reflects insecurity, and the threat really isn't serious. They just found that issuing threats are a good way to gain compliance. So we want to think about where this threat is coming from, and we want to respond appropriately. So if somebody is just trying to gain attention, we want to express understanding. We want to listen. We want to figure out what their grievances are and express understanding for their troubles. So we want to soothe their concerns. Now, we should also ask questions. So how intense is this threat, and how intense is their feeling about it? And if it's a pragmatist, we can come up with creative solutions to address it. Now, if it's somebody who's just bluffing just to gain compliance as a matter of practice, we want to label that behavior, and we really want to counter it. So we like to call it out or ignore it completely. And sometimes when we're really stuck, what we have to do is deliver a counter threat. Now, remember I said this could escalate conflict, but sometimes to establish credibility, we issue a counter threat saying, look, if you do that, here's what we'll be forced to do. But none of us wants to end up in that place. Let's try to get somewhere else. Or I understand that, you're feeling upset. If you take that course of action, here's the response that we're going to have to follow through with. But let's see if we can figure out a more creative way for us both to get what we need. So we like to move beyond threats and really de-escalate them. But you can't just give in to every threat, because we'll lose our own credibility, our own power, and that could be, in the long run, what's really most important. Goal setting turns out to be an incredibly powerful tool. It's a fundamental part of motivation. Goal setting can drive us to do great things. Goal setting can also drive us to do very bad things. But first, I want to think about the benefits of goal setting. There are over 400 managerial studies that have looked at goal setting, and there are dozens and dozens more that have looked at behavior in goal setting, whether it's delivering mail, it's welding, it's sewing, in athletics. When people have specific challenging goals, they increase their effort, they increase persistence, and they increase performance. That's the general result, and it's a very robust and replicable finding. In fact, some of the most foundational goal-setting scholars have said the beneficial effects of goal setting on task performance is one of the most robust and replicable findings in the psychology literature. And indeed it is. That is, psychologically, just setting a challenging goal will boost performance. And the relationship between goal difficulty and task performance over a wide range is almost linear. That is, the more difficult the goal, the higher the performance. This is particularly true for effort-based tasks. So tasks where we just need people to work a bit harder, greater goals will boost motivation and often boost performance. We also know that goal proximity matters. So you want to break down goals into smaller pieces when people are close to reaching that goal. So the end of the month, and we're almost at the goal, that's when people are particularly motivated. So close to that goal, people work extra hard. You can look at this. There are studies of runners. If you look at a marathon race, there are big spikes right by round numbers. People are racing to get in under a specific time. Now, goals work by focusing our attention. They're increasing our effort and boosting persistence. So what we want to do to harness the benefits of goal setting is to set clear, specific goals. They should be challenging, but also realistic. If we have past performance, so how fast we've run on prior races, or how much people on this factory line can perform, or sales goals based on past performance, we want to set goals around the 80th to 90th percentile of performance. So challenging, but also credible. And if we can set a series of short-term goals, like goals every month rather than goals for the whole year, we're likely to see greater benefits to setting goals. The next part involves committing to goals. And this is one reason why the goal has to be realistic. People have to believe they can get there. So if they visualize it, they write it down, they tell other people. And notice sometimes if I tell other people, it'll be embarrassing if I fall short, so that'll steal my resolve to that goal. We also want to think about developing a plan. So how can I achieve that goal? What steps do I need to take to get there? That action plan will all help us get to the goal. And of course, clear feedback is important. That is, we want to make sure we're getting feedback along the way. And remember that when we're particularly close to the goal, that's what's going to boost performance the very most. In addition to the good in goal setting, there are also some important pitfalls, or the bad and the ugly about goal setting. Let me tell you a story about Wells Fargo in 2016. They launched the GREAT Initiative, GR-8 initiative. They set a goal for their employees to sell at least 8 financial products to their customers. By a financial product, what I mean is a checking account, a debit card, a credit card. They wanted at least 8 financial products per customer. This is also known as cross-selling. So you come in and open a checking account, or you come in and have a home mortgage, and they try to sell you other financial products. Now, we all know that goal setting can boost motivation and boost performance. It motivates people to do more. Here's the problem. What happens if you're struggling to hit that goal? What then? We know psychologically it feels terrible to fail to meet a goal. And it presents a dilemma for employees or other people who are trying to hit a goal. And what often happens is that people will cut corners. And in the case of Wells Fargo, they opened 2 million fake accounts to meet these sales goals. So employees were opening accounts with customers that customers had not authorized. They, at Wells Fargo, ended up firing 5,300 employees, and they paid $185 million in fines. Now, one idea is to say, well, there's some bad apples here. There's some bad employees doing the wrong thing. My view is it's not the employees, it's the system. And anytime you have to fire over 5,000 employees over the same problem, it's not a few bad apples. It's a problem that's more systemic. And here it's goal setting that's the problem. And the CEO, John Stumpf, actually came out and said, we are eliminating product sales goals because we want to make certain our customers have full confidence that retail bankers are always focused on the best interest of customers. So they're eliminating the goals because the goals were a problem. Now, this brings me to this idea of some work that I've done that we titled Goals Gone Wild, because goals can do, in addition to very positive things, some negative things. They can focus attention too narrowly. So that is, we're focused on hitting that goal. So think about a runner. They're trying to hit that goal. They're focused on hitting that time, and they're ignoring the pain in their knees. Maybe that's the right thing to do. Maybe it's not, but goals focus attention in a way that can drive performance. Goals can also increase risk-taking. So we take on more risk to try to hit that goal. That is, since we care deeply about hitting that goal, particularly when we're close to it, we might take risk that might allow us to reach the goal, and the difference between falling short by a little and falling short by a lot may not be that important to us. Goals can also lead to unethical behavior. The Wells Fargo case is not an isolated case. There are many others. So here's the idea about a narrow goal. General Motors years ago set a goal for 29. Now, in 2002, they had 28.2% of the US market. They set a goal for capturing 29%. So they created buttons and pins for executives to wear with the number 29. So these executives were walking around with pins that said 29. And the goal was to increase market share. Well, it turns out that GM expanded the offering of interest-free loans and no money down incentives. They're trying to get people to buy the cars to reach their 29% goal. They were losing money on a per-car basis in the effort to meet this goal. Now, you could say, well, they're trying to meet the goal, but they're missing the broader focus. That is, the goal-setting process narrowed their focus on 29% of market share. But of course, that's not really the goal. The goal is to be profitable at the same time. So they were missing the broader picture because the goal-setting process had narrowed their focus. So they ended up saying, this is what Forbes said, Fixated on this target, the firm went on to make decision after disastrous decision that helped drag it to the brink and then past the brink of bankruptcy. So GM ended up going bankrupt because they ended up pursuing this narrow goal that really didn't reflect their broader goal. There are other cases. So in the United Kingdom, the Health Commission reported that there were 400 deaths at Stafford Hospital because they had excessive focus on certain targets. So we see this across industries, across time. People end up narrowing their focus because of goal setting that really does, by its inherent nature, focus people on specific targets. Now, risk-taking. Goal setting also promotes greater risk-taking. In 2003, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the large institution designed to support mortgages for all Americans, but particularly people with lower incomes, they set out a goal to have 20% of mortgages for low or very low income families. This was up from 14% in the preceding years. So at the end of the 1990s, 14% of the mortgages were for low and very low income families. 2001 and 2003, they had a goal of boosting that to 20%. They ended up making very bad loans that were so risky and so bad, they ended up filing for bankruptcy and a government bailout in 2008. So here they set a goal and they ended up taking on more risk than they could handle. In our own research, we've looked at goal setting and found that people are more likely to engage in risky and unethical behavior when they're pursuing a goal. So we've seen this in negotiation studies. People with goals are reaching less profitable agreements. They're making larger demands. And people have talked about the destructive goal pursuit in other domains too, like the 1996 Mount Everest disaster. As people were trying to reach their goal of summiting the mountain, they took on too much risk and sometimes with disastrous consequences. Now, goal setting can also get us into deep trouble. The Jolly Green Giant, for example, rolled out a plan where, as they harvest vegetables, they want to make sure there are no insects along with those vegetables. So they set out a goal for collecting insects, and they set targets for people collecting insects. And it turns out their employees ended up starting carrying insects around with them in their pockets that they'd put into the vegetables so they could take them out later to hit their goals of number of insects pulled out of vegetables. Now, Miniscribe in the 1980s, they had quarterly earnings. They had goals to ship enough products. And they found the employees were actually shipping not just products, but also bricks because they were trying to hit these goals in a very narrow sense. Sears Automotive, the 1990s, they set a goal for certain billable hours. They wanted $147 in billable sales per hour. They found the staff overcharged for work and made unnecessary repairs. In undercover investigations, they found that a vast number of Sears Automotive employees were suggesting unnecessary work. And it damaged the reputation for years. My own experiments with my colleagues have demonstrated that when people have specific challenging goals and they fail to meet those goals, they'll often cheat. In this case, they were checking their own work to hit that goal. So across several domains, we've seen goals lead to very undesirable outcomes. And I'll share one other example here. The Atlantic School Superintendent, Beverly Hall, in 2009, she was heralded for the National Superintendent of the Year award. So here's someone who was held up as an example for others to follow. And they had 50,000 student standardized tests starting in 2001. And she was able to boost performance in Atlanta. Now, it turns out what she'd done is she had pushed goals on educators to produce these great achievement goals. But when state investigators looked into this performance, they determined that cheating had occurred in more than half of the districts. Over 180 teachers were implicated in this scandal. That is, teachers who were cheating on standardized tests on behalf of the students to hit performance goals so they can meet these marks. So goals can push us to do things that are very undesirable. Taken together, we can see that goals can promote unethical behavior. They can promote unethical behavior by guiding people to use unethical means to meet that goal. So like Wells Fargo employees opening up accounts that customers didn't ask to create. And we can also see people misrepresenting their performance to meet the goal. So they're saying they met the goal even when they didn't. In both cases, goals are motivating people, but they're motivating people to cut corners in ways that can have disastrous consequences, both for individuals, groups, and organizations. So how do we make the most of goal setting? Sometimes goals can motivate us to do great things, but goals can also lead us astray to do unethical and terrible things. So should we ever use goals? Notice that in some of those examples we talked about before, executives come in and just decide to remove the goal-setting process at Wells Fargo, at Sears, and it presents this challenge. How do we decide how to use goals? We know that goals can be very effective for directing effort, particularly when it's an effort-based task, when the parameters are clear and we can accurately incorporate the key dimensions of what we're trying to do. Goals are also very powerful for informing and communicating what we care about. And they're very useful for straightforward tasks. So in many cases, goals are really important, and they really are a foundational part of motivation. They're one of the key mechanisms for communicating and getting people on board to drive in a particular direction. But goals should be used carefully, and I'm going to argue that we should demonstrate a concern for the process and also monitor the behavior that people are engaging in as they're pursuing that goal. This is particularly true when people get close to that goal. So if it's a sales goal, the end of the month should be when we're very mindful and watchful, vigilant of what people are doing. So when people get close to the goal, that's when goals are going to be most intense in their motivation, and we want to be careful about what people are doing. We want to demonstrate that we care about the process. So they care about the process, like the Atlanta school teachers, that we do care about the integrity of the test taking. If that's how we're measuring goal performance, we want to be very careful that we're caring about that process. Now, there's some related ideas here. We could have performance goals versus learning goals. So when we go out, let's say you're going out to play tennis. The performance goal is winning the tennis game. The learning goal is improving so that your backhand becomes the best that it can be. And the same is true in any domain, whether it's educational or at work. We're doing a project. Is the goal performance, or is there a learning goal? And the upshot is that the more we can get to a learning goal, that is, we're constantly trying to improve, we're trying to get this to be better and better, the closer we are to a learning goal, the better off we're going to be in a long-term situation. We find that people are better, they react better to feedback, they actually do end up learning and performing better over time. And so we want to move away from a performance mindset to a learning goal mindset. Another key idea is organizational culture. The culture in the organization really matters. And this is related to the idea that we care about process, and strong cultures that care about ethics can really curtail the risk of unethical behavior being driven by goal setting. So the idea here is that if we have an organizational culture, we can limit the damage that goal setting may cause because we demonstrated concern for ethics and a concern for process. So in short, I want to issue a warning. That is, goals may cause systematic problems in organizations because they narrow focus, they increase risk-taking, they can promote unethical behavior and harm learning, harm cooperation, and decrease intrinsic motivation to pursue what we really want people to do. But on the other hand, they can also have very positive consequences. So we should use goal setting, but we should do so carefully. In this last segment, I want to think about the importance of endings and how we end things influences how we start what comes next. And I want to share a story about one of my friends, Angel Calzadilla. He's a crisis negotiator in Miami, Florida. Now, one day he was called to an incident. A man named Paris had hauled 3 suitcases over a barbed wire fence and up a tower. At the top of this radio tower, he was throwing down leaflets that read, "Listen to Paris." Well, a crowd had gathered below. It was beginning to stop traffic. The SWAT team was called in, and a crisis negotiator needed to convince this guy to come down and stop creating all this commotion. Well, they got there. They didn't know exactly how to communicate with him until they finally figured out, well, we can communicate by helicopter. So Angel goes up in a helicopter, is writing on these large sheets of paper, and is getting Paris to shake his head yes or no to get him to communicate, to eventually persuade him to come down. It takes hours. It takes so long they have to refuel the helicopter. Finally, Angel persuades him, if you come down now, you can come down and I'll let you speak to the media. Who knows, another story could break, you could lose your opportunity, you have a message, now's your time to get it out. Finally, Angel persuades Paris to come down. He comes down, they think he might have a bomb. It turns out he didn't. He comes down, the SWAT team is tired, they're exhausted. They want to throw Paris in the van. Angel intervenes and says, no, I know you're sick, you're tired, you just want to throw this guy out, but we're saying, no, I promised him he could speak to the media, I'm going to follow through on that promise. So Angel lets him speak to the media. He runs over to the media and says, even if you have no film, just turn your lights on, let the guy speak. So they let the guy speak. And it turns out he had some very unusual demands. He wanted less asphalt. He wanted more horses, more bicycles. And this was 1996. He wanted to be Bob Dole's running mate. And here's the most interesting demand. He wanted an end not to all pornography. He wanted an end to Russian pornography. For some reason, that was the variant that was really bothering him. Now, here's the funny part about the story. First, it turns out he followed through on this ending. But the second part is that it doesn't end there. Months later, after Paris had been incarcerated but then released, he didn't, after all, have a bomb. He wasn't deemed a threat to society. Months later, Angel's pacing around his house. He's hanging out with his family. He gets a page. And he looks down and he's like, oh, a page. I can't believe it. It's Easter Sunday. He gets a page. He goes up, shows up on scene. There's a guy. And they say, look, Angel, here's a guy, and he wants to talk to you. And here it is, Paris. He's climbed up a pylon, and he has similar demands to make. Now, the second negotiation goes very quickly, very smoothly. They had already built a relationship, Paris trusted Angel to follow through. So here, how Angel had ended that first interaction influenced the way that second interaction went. And something else really interesting here is that we often think of crisis negotiations as single-shot events. That is, it would be easy for Angel to have said, you know what, this is a one-shot deal. Here's the guy, we got him, let's throw him in the van. But Angel follows through, recognizing that even in unusual, weird cases, sometimes what seems like a single-shot case is a repeated interaction. That is, when it comes to crisis negotiations, we're not expecting repeat business, but we can sometimes be surprised. Next, I want to think about endings on a bigger scale. Here on the world stage, we think about the end of the Cold War. This is a war that raged for decades between the Soviet Union and the United States. Now, finally, the Berlin Wall fell down, and as it fell down, people streamed across the border, and it was heralded as a great victory for the Western countries, the United States and Western Europe, and it created an opportunity for Germany to become reunited, and it marked the beginning of the end of the Soviet Union. Now, for the United States, it seemed like a great victory, but President George Bush at the time didn't gloat. He didn't even make much of a deal about it. He was incredibly understated about this because he knew that working with Gorbachev, the leader of the Soviet Union, he needed to effect cooperation, and he knew that if he gloated about that victory, it would make it much more difficult for him to work with Gorbachev going forward. And this idea about ending is true in a lot of different domains. Think about negotiations. Of course, we can think about being happy after we've reached a deal, perhaps even a deal that's really great for us. And yet, just like it's important not to gloat when the wall falls down, it's important not to gloat when we end up with a good deal in a negotiation. And here you want to be careful even smiling too much after you reach a negotiated agreement. Thanks for joining me. I enjoyed thinking about these topics of cooperation and competition, how things like social comparisons can tip us into a competitive mindset, how we can think about trust and in whom to place our trust, and deception as it hijacks our trusting systems. We talked about apologies and putting those pieces back together, as well as some communication topics more generally in crafting effective messages that are memorable and effective. We also talked about asking questions and the role questions play not only in eliciting information, but also conveying information and guiding the kinds of responses that we can get. And finally, goal setting, when it goes right and when it can drive us to engage in behaviors like unethical behaviors that we really want to avoid. I've really had a great time. Thanks for joining me, and best of luck using these ideas as you go forward.